centaur.
I don't know what that is.
What?
Remember that painting of him that he had of himself? He was a centaur.
That's the half horse, half man
Yeah,
thing?
you don't remember that?
No, I don't.
I don't.
What?
I remember the
That is
shoot
a
he did
deep
where he
cut.
was
I
looking
don't
in the mirror
remember
at
that.
himself.
He got this painting just hanging up in the crib.
I gotta find it for you.
He's a half horse, half man.
I have no idea
What?
what you're talking about.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. The new year is here. Home values are up, and you have more home equity than ever. Now is the time to put that home equity to work for you. This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. Why pay 25 to 30% interest to them when you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call? Golden Oak's mortgage rate is 5.25%. We have no fee to apply and no out-of-pocket cost. And if you call today, you could make no payments for 2 months. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Imagine how good it will feel to have those bills paid off. At Golden Oak Lending, we can make that happen in as little as 14 days. And if for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our 5.25 fixed rate. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
6.19 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Cardinal Hall of Famer Jason Isringhausen at Eddie's Scholler from the world-famous Fast Eddie's Bon Air.
Hey, Eddie boy, what's new at Fast Eddie's? Man, I think pigs are flying and hell's freezing over. Oh, boy, I got to hear this one. Well, the 100-year-old tavern doesn't look like it's changed a whole lot, but I saw a guy trade plastic for beer the other night.
Tell me what you're talking about, this trading plastic for beer.
Yeah, we have joined the 21st century. We're now taking credit cards. So the next time you come over here and you claim you don't have any cash, I can still have you buy me a beer.
So you mean I can still come over there, listen to my favorite live music on that heated patio, and get my usual 2 Elwoods on a stick, my basket of fries that I dip in that fancy shrimp sauce you got over there, and one of those big, cold, frosty ones, and I don't have to bring any cash now, Eddie?
Nope, you don't have to bring any cash like you've never brought any cash because you always make me buy. But now, if you bring a credit card, you can buy me a beer.
Oh, man, Eddie, I'm going to be there now more than ever.
That's right. And if you got friends that are credit card people, they can come over now, too.
So, folks, if you're like me and a little light on cash, 21 and in the mood, head on over to Fast Eddie's at Bon Air in Alton, Illinois.
Man, I would love to be that light on cash.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
It's 7 o'clock in St. Louis. I can't talk.
Oh my!
I thought that was the case, and then it opened up. And Doug, was that Christopher Knight who played Peter Brady?
I believe so.
I feel like I got back. Maybe that means a growth spurt's coming.
Huh?
I got these lifts.
Yeah.
And those got me to 5'7".
Well, you sure look great to me, Tim.
I saw you got the Augusta National shirt on. I just noticed.
Yes, I do.
Look at you.
Everything you see here is for sale.
It's TMA, and it's live from Jupiter, Florida, 101 ESPN. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is always presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and our spring training coverage this week is brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. And Jackson Burkett is here with his Stiefel dossier. And Doug, wait till you hear what this presentation has for St. Louisans trapped inside their home with a winter storm, and they're gathering around and watching us on the TMA STL YouTube channel to feel warm and cozy.
Stiefel dossier today.
Let's hear it, buddy.
Yep.
Clubhouse opens at 9:30. 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 back home in St. Louis.
Should we talk in St. Louis terms? I think so.
Probably should.
No.
All right. 8:30. Clubhouse opens at 8:30.
Okay.
And so that's when I go in there and I hit the grindstone again. Just trying to
grindstone.
Do you hand them the dossier and do you say, see here, we're in segment 8-3 right now, and we could really see this segment open for a player TBD, and you let them know you could be that TBD player.
Well, that's the thing is, like, I go up to them with the dossier, and when they say no, I say, I'm sorry, it says right here.
It says right here.
Yeah,
that Jordan Walker has to join us. I don't make the rules.
Again, the younger they are, you just say, Mo said you had to do it. That's what you say, and they go, oh, okay, fair enough.
How about this? Tim without a voice is like life with no meaning.
Oh, come on. Knock it off at that.
Starts early.
Life with no meaning. Oh.
You can text in your thoughts as well, 314-399-9646. Martin kind of serves as a doctor for the show. And he said, the Z-Pack is what I need. And my doctor was kind enough to make a prescription, send a prescription down here for it. And I believe I will be able to benefit from that. Jackson says this afternoon is when I'll start feeling.
Yeah, you're going to be on the mend, usually with the antibiotics.
Kind of medicine right here, Doug. This show has a lot of medical guys.
We'll do high.
Did you were terrible at math. Did you have a pre-med program over there?
No.
Horton Watkins?
No, I took a lot of history classes.
A lot of history.
Yeah, I loved it. No, I think with antibiotics, I was just... hello, Pestis. Anytime with antibiotics, usually 24 to 48 hours, you really start feeling better.
Right, there you go.
And you are a voracious reader. Doug's pointed that out. Tim, I'm a little concerned that, I like to have my own space. And Jackson's now commenting on how friend of the show, Victor Scott.
Friend of the show.
St. Louis, Victor Scott's on the scene.
Youngry.
I got a lot of play out of that on TV. Beat that into the ground. But Jackson commented that my bed and all of my equipment looked like the Unabomber was living in the VRBO.
No, it looked like that Martin forgot something in his backpack, and instead of rifling through it, took it and shook it onto his bed, and all the contents of his Marquette backpack are on the bed.
And I explained to you, there were a lot of wires, cables for listening, and IFB cable, a lot of cables. It did look a little, I'll send one to the group. I took a photo, as I'm apt to do. But I told you yesterday, I had a banana in there. I was going to eat healthy, and I realized as I ate my marble pound cake, I never ate the banana. But it got smushed in the bottom of the bag, so I had a little bit of a situation. So I had to clean it out, and that's why everything was on the bed. But then I started thinking, it's none of your business.
I know.
Why do I have to explain to my roommate
The door was open. The door was open.
The door was open.
And I have a curious gaze.
Yeah, you do.
Well, Doug, they're coming after Jackson, unfortunately, for what is now known as the golf shot.
Oh, God.
Yesterday, Martin, you set over-unders on scores for our round. We were playing with Gordon Long, native St. Louisan, and pilot father of the PGA Tour winner, Adam Long. And he was kind enough to take us to his course yesterday. And Doug, Jackson, and myself played. You, of course, were constructing journalism for the 2 Fox. And what were the over-under scores that you set out?
Okay, I started with you, and I threw out at 84, did I? And
correct.
Everybody said you're way off. I didn't know your game. Take it all back. Did you go to high school at Francis Howe with Bob Tway? Is that what it was?
No, Bob Tway
didn't
sucks
go
on Big Al's fingers on Telegraph Road. And also won the 1988 PGA. Was it 88, Doug, when he won the
I don't know the years.
The Champions Tour is wild.
Jose Maria Olazabal was at Whitfield when you were there?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I had Tim at 84. I think I put Jackson at 90.
I think that's correct.
Three-ish.
No,
And then I gave Doug a 90. Doug said over 100, so I gave him a 98. And you guys, so Tim, I had you at 84. Final tally was?
75.
Whoa,
75.
good gravy. Jackson, your final score?
83.
Wow, way under. Doug, what'd you shoot?
I'm not sure.
Oh, my.
So how do people get paid off on their
Is
bets?
this like the
I don't
caller
know.
of the week? Or?
Jackson had the scorecard. I'm not sure he ever added it up.
I remember I heard Jackson and you talking about it on the 10T that you shot a 47 on the front. I had
Yes.
no idea. I was just entering my own scores and tracking my gambling game with Jackson. I wasn't paying attention to what you boys were doing.
So
I think a 46 on the back is
well, 93, Doug.
93.
So the
If I
under
guess.
covered. Well, if you parlayed the under across the board. Look at that. A lot of balls
on
strike.
the G's. I lost
The
on
wind was
teammate
down. There was
golf.
some wind. There was certainly some wind, but it wasn't brutal. It wasn't brutal.
Pretty much ideal conditions.
Yeah.
Pretty close to it.
But
And the swing is online. Is that what it is?
yes, you can see it at the TMA_STL Instagram account. If you're a member of what is the most exclusive club in the St. Louis metropolitan area, minus St. Louis Country Club, and that is the TMA fan page on Facebook, you can see it there. I don't know if it's been up on the Twitter tweets or anything like that, but Jackson was down to me with 2 holes left. And I hope this doesn't come off as unrelatable, but this was a $10 Nassau.
Yeah.
So that's $30 on the line. And we halved the front, so no blood. I had to give Jackson, what, 7
seeds.
7 seeds. Doug calls them poppy seeds.
I don't.
And so down 2, he was down 2 to me with 2 holes left. He is in the fairway here. Let's pull it up, Doug. You have it on the telestrator.
I haven't got it anywhere.
Down 2 to me, and you can watch the video on these social media platforms with 2 holes left. He hits a wonderful drive, par 5, very gettable par 5, tight tee shot. He's got let's pull it up, Doug, 186 yards in for his second shot. Now, he has to win both holes, otherwise having it doesn't do him any good. He has to win both holes. And in 186 yards, very gettable. This is a 26-year-old man. I mean, he went to Ladue. 186 yards is a 8-iron?
Yeah, right.
Maybe 7-iron. And we have, I guess Chairman Kurt actually has the broadcast audio. What was this?
Was
Doug,
it
you
Nance?
and Dottie Pepper and Doug and Jim
Dot
and Nance.
Pepper was there.
Let's take a listen.
Oh.
Well, here we are.
Reliever, please, Chairman.
The 17th. Jackson 2 down with 2 holes left. Now, you're right. He is popping on the 18th hole, but he has to win this hole to force the hand of his opponent. And now Jackson, is he going to go for flag? There is water protecting this green.
186 yards. I have to.
So 186, and I guess that's like a 7? Oh, that's a hybrid. Mr. Siders notice. Take a look here. What beautiful skies going on.
Oh, he had a hybrid out,
Jupiter,
Mark.
Florida. He needs it.
Was beautiful.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my God, the pressure got him. He wilted.
Did you chunk it?
He wilted under pressure. Go get a new sack.
Oh, wow.
I think I
dump out of that, KG.
I think I might have hit it with the shaft of the club. That's how bad it was missing.
It was a ground ball to Mason Wynn right over there at short. He fielded it cleanly.
Yeah, I was out by 10 steps.
Threw over to the catcher playing first base, and that was the end of it.
Nutted it.
And Doug, you were stunned.
Absolutely nutted it.
Yeah. Well, he didn't, because he played pretty well the rest of the day. But, boy, that camera came out, and the pressure mounted, and he just wilted. Just absolutely
Did you honestly
wilted.
feel a little tight on the
Not at all. What happened was I had been fanning this hybrid right, and there was trouble to the right. Right was no good. It can't be right. So I was trying to do the swing change where I really turn the hands over on it. So if worst case I pull it, I'll be okay. And I did that, and I caught just the heel of the club, as Tim said, ground ball to Mason Wynn. And I was cooked. Yeah, that went really poor. I was getting texts from people who never text me about that shot. And I played well, too. That's what hurt the most, is no one saw the other good shots I had.
Selective editing.
That's just not. It's how it goes.
It was the only time the camera came out in the entire round because that was a critical shot. There was water protecting the green. He had to carry it, Doug. I'd say minimum of 175, and unfortunately, under that pressure, there was a ground ball, big divot too. I don't know if you hit behind the ball or what happened there.
Nothing went right, so I could imagine anything happened there.
I'd like you to feel a little better, Jackson. There was a celebrity pro-am at Boone Valley.
Yeah.
And Dan Dierdorf was the announcer on the tee. I don't remember why. Maybe it was one of Joe's events, Joe Buck, and Marshall Faulk comes to the tee. And there were people surrounding the tee. And Dan Dierdorf's like, everybody, Marshall Faulk, MVP. And there's all this roar or whatever. And then he kind of duffed it. And then Dan made a joke like, oh, wow, I guess he can run the ball. I just can't hit it or whatever. And everybody laughs. And Marshall just glares at Dan Dierdorf.
Oh, no way.
And I thought, wow, that's only Dan could get away with it. But even then, Marshall was he looked really pissed. So it happens, is what I'm telling you, Jackson. You didn't have the gallery that Marshall was dealing with or the pressure of Dan Dierdorf calling it. No offense to Tim's call.
Right.
But it happens.
Bad shots happen again, and I hit it. I had to go for the green. I had to pull out the hybrid. I've been fanning the hybrid right, and so I tried to change it up. Bad idea, and I messed up. I had my dad texting me like, "You're standing too far away from the ball." I said, "Pop, I'm never watching that shot ever again."
Oh well,
it's out of my mind. It never happened in my mind.
When the camera comes out and you got to win the last 2 holes, you got to bow your neck there, silly boy.
Well, it also should be known that Doug tried stealing my hybrid that I hit on that.
I didn't. You put it in my bag.
Why would I put it in your bag?
Why would I steal
watch
your
the video,
hybrid?
Jackson's club is in Doug's bag. And Tom O'Toole Jr. is going to join us of the USGA, and he is going to tell us why Jackson should have been penalized 2 strokes for that.
No, it was.
I have my own hybrid. Why
I know.
would I grab
We have the same looking hybrid, so I think you grabbed mine, probably hit a shot, got your greasy hands all over my club.
Wow. You don't think I would have recognized that I had the wrong club in my hand?
No, I don't think you would have recognized you had the wrong
I think
club
that's
in
an additional 2-stroke penalty for you.
Nonsense. Your hands were covered in talcum powder.
Why would I have talcum powder?
Before we left for the golf round, he was talcing up.
Do I need to adjust your score?
No, I shot 83.
I think you should.
And you signed the wrong scorecard, so now you've been disqualified. And that happened. That's how Bob Colby won the Masters.
1968.
I think I owe you $10, Tim, by the way. I got Venmo.
Oh, yeah. Venmo for rolls.
I believe I saw Tom O'Toole in the crowd at the Billiken game. We were watching the end of the Billiken game last night. And
I was watching it, too.
I believe Tom O'Toole Jr. was in the crowd.
He's going to join us to talk about the loss to George Mason and Jackson's penalties.
Both.
So maybe the under did not cover once all these penalties are properly assessed. Jackson's Venmoing me $10. That's what the final total is here on the program. You're welcome to text in as well, because many are on the shot. I guess a lot of people saw this.
Dude, I was getting texts all over the place last night.
Sweet Kai get you?
No.
Offering their support?
No, not at all.
No.
They're making fun of me.
My son Greg texted from Tampa. He said, I thought Jackson was a decent player. I saw the shot. Wow, that was terrible.
I've never been to tell your son that you had stolen my club?
No, because I didn't. No, I didn't steal a club.
314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Mr. Siders, you knew he would be.
I don't care. Oh, God.
Mr. Siders, Martin, has been very critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance, which unfortunately comes out for a 145-yard shot. And he's been waiting and says, hey, Jackson, nice shot, big guy. And you knew he'd be there. I think I actually brought him up in the call.
Yeah, a pleasant guy in person, but really negative on the text line. It was just odd dynamic. You never see that.
No.
Never are people like that.
Have you met people at TMA events? And they come up, hey, Jackson, I'm Aunt Sally's dumpster fire.
Right.
Sorry about all that mean stuff I said about you.
Yeah, right. That's how it goes. I get it. Listen, I knew as soon as I made contact with that ball that I was going to have to take that one on the chin.
You said you're never watching the video. Have you watched it?
No.
You will not watch it.
No. Do you think the Chiefs are going to watch the tape on that Eagles game? No. You move on. New season. Yeah. You're not. Who's going to watch that tape?
Is that where you were pounding tequila at Rocco's Tacos?
Trying to forget.
Swing?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
There also is a video up on the TMA social media channels of the TMA show dinner, Taco Tuesday, Rocco's Tacos. And, Doug, you had always been skeptical of tableside guacamole being made at Rocco's Tacos and also it being even better. And now that you've experienced it, how do you evaluate it?
Rocco's Tacos is a very good place to eat. The tableside guac tastes just like the guac that's made back in the kitchen. I don't understand why standing next to a table makes the guacamole taste any better. It's made the same way, same ingredients, both places. Is it show? Is it just a show?
It makes it fresher and more tasty.
I don't know. It makes it fresher by 30 seconds that it would take him to walk it out from the kitchen.
Didn't stop him from eating it.
No, I had a lot of it.
Yeah, so did I.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the Rocco's. I might go back. Had a couple of cocktails. I had Dougie the driver. It was great.
Oh, is that right? Dougie, you were the
designated driver.
Well,
yeah.
I don't drink.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Someone sent in a shot tracer of my shot.
Is that right? There's a shot tracer.
Oh, it's brutal. It's right at the top of the text info.
Martin, there's a shot tracer.
Look at that finish though. Still finish. It's still a good looking finish.
Wonder what's going through your head during that.
Did you
finish.
hit anybody else?
I was praying Tim.
We were all behind him.
I was praying Tim accidentally hit photo in that video. That was what I was thinking in that moment. Brutal, dude. Brutal.
You got to get back out there. I mean, Colton Long got picked off in the playoffs.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. People make mistakes. It was like the one really bad shot I had all day. Of course, it was captured on film, but
not film. Not film at all.
This B-roll.
Video.
It looked like film.
Did Libby Jack brag about his Mamba mentality and then just absolutely folds? That's from Eric, and he's in the Central West End, and you acknowledge he's an attractive man, but you want it to be clear that you're not attracted to him.
I wouldn't say I have a Mamba mentality, but I do subscribe to the job's not done kind of edict.
No.
So I would
Where
say,
do you go from here?
just keep grinding. You know, just try to be the best version of myself every single day.
I like that.
Thanks.
That's kind of inspiring.
Yeah. I played well. I'm not mad about my golf round yesterday. I did play well. First round of the year, and I really did feel confident.
But, I mean, the shot that kept you out kept you up last night was the shot.
The big one, the most important one.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that happens. A strategic press on the 18th hole to save me $10.
That's correct. He was getting a pop on 18. It was the right thing to do, and to his credit, I parred it, but he got the pop, and so he got a net birdie. And Doug, as opposed to winning 20, I only won 10, which was just sent to me via Venmo. And now that will be sent to Abigail Mack's OnlyFans. So that's kind of the way.
I paid for a month?
That's kind of the way.
Nice.
Yeah, I've got a special discount with her, so that's great.
Is there a rematch?
Not a paying sponsor for the record, Yola.
You think they would? How'd that go? That'd be a fun.
Let me tell you about my friends at Abigail Mack's OnlyFans.
Thank you, baby.
What are the bullet points for that live read?
Yeah, Tim does his own.
So the schedule here for Jackson's Stiefel dossier, the Cardinal Clubhouse, unique hours today. This is the one day where it's unique, and the reason being the pitchers and first meeting, Martin, for the pitchers and catchers and physicals. Let's get physical.
A little address by the manager.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the mini address because the full team is next week. That's when you give them the real in-depth go-get-them speech. Today is kind of a mini version of that. I think the skipper sometimes had guest speakers come in.
He would, that's right.
Maybe Jackson is how you deal with failure is today's message to the team.
Good one, Martin.
Oh, no. Once the audience knows that a jab has been landed, they just start firing uppercuts like Tyson in the first round.
That was legitimately funny. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come off so skittish.
No, it's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 7 o'clock hour of TMA, broadcasting live from Cardinal Spring Training, Jupiter, Florida. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL, and 198 friends of the Feather are gathered watching this program because back in St. Louis, I believe schools are shut down.
A lot of virtual learning, which I'm not sure how that translates to actual learning. But, yeah, most schools are closed. My kids are all home today, online, probably watching TMA instead of doing their homework. But I wonder how many folks, loyal listeners, are actually at work or in transit right now. I think it's coming in kind of as we speak. I did a morning hit on the 2 Fox, and I heard the weather saying it would continue to build throughout the morning. So I feel like right now, KG could probably just look out the window and tell us.
Yeah, KG, what do we got going on in St. Louis? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the chairman, Chairman Kurt.
No precipitation as of
Come on, Kurt, weather update.
Easy, Doug. There's no precipitation at the moment.
Okay.
I'm looking out at Olive, but from what I hear, I was watching Channel 2 and 5. I don't watch Channel 4, but it's coming.
Oh. The snow is coming.
It's coming. Channel 5 just celebrated their 78th birthday.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, does Hallmark make a card for that?
78th. Probably not.
78.
Maybe 80.
How old is Channel 4, Doug?
I'll find out.
They did their 60th about 10 years, probably 70 years.
Okay.
Maybe.
I was going to say,
maybe a
the
little
point
more
is
than
you
that.
don't know. I have no idea.
70.
Fox do. Okay.
70 on the dot.
Oh.
70 on the dot.
Wow. Well, why don't you and Savar do a half-hour special tonight? Kind of like over the years. You know, that'd be great.
Gary Apple.
Just kind of barge into the front door with some camera gear and say, here we are. We got a special.
Looking back over the years.
John N. is not happy that schools were canceled in the YouTube chat. He says a bunch of schools canceled last night before there was a single drop of anything.
Well, I think they do that for fear of lawsuits. Because as soon as they say, yeah, we're going to tough it out, and a school bus runs off the side of the road, or there's a crash in the parking lot, or some kid, heaven forbid, gets hit, here come the lawsuits. I think it's that more than anything else.
I think they don't want them to get to school, and then the storm hits, and then nobody can get home.
Right.
Then they're stuck with your brats. That's really deep down what it's about.
Stuck with your brats.
Stuck with your brats. Then they're stuck at school. The parents are, I can't come get them. You're just going to have to make do.
Big weather strikes again. There is no snow at all, none, but at least the weather advisory ads will pay for the next 364 days. That's from the two-time Texter of the Year, Arbor Day, too.
Wow. Scathing.
Well, let's give it some time. It's only 7:20-ish.
Time check is 7:21 in St. Louis, and that's brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is brought to you by Brown & Crouppen, and when we are here in Jupiter, Florida at Cardinals Spring Training, CarStar and Sumner One, the sponsors of our spring training broadcast, which you can live stream on 101ESPN.com and the 101 ESPN app, and you can podcast like the Dickens, and that's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast. Doug, you've run into some issues with your garage door, and then you text Jason, and he's over there, and he fixes it. What do you call it, lickety-split?
Lickety-split, yeah. Yeah, right then. I've had him over a couple times.
Yeah,
it's been really nice.
And he has worked with TMA listeners so much that he has set up a phone number and a number for you to text that gets you the quickest service possible. Now, the spelling is Schaefer. It's Schaefer Door, 1F. But you can call or text that number, set up specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. It's going to give the quickest response time should you have any issues with your garage door. And when it's cold out, those are the times where you hear that garage door spring crack. And then the next thing you know, you got a problem because you can't get the garage door back up. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. You are welcome to get involved on the program in a wide variety of ways. 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. And then we have our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can contend for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. Anybody on your target today for Wednesday? I mean, here we are, Doug. I mean, it's halfway home. Mm-hmm. And yesterday, Quinn Matthews, Gordon Graceffo, Victor Scott second, and Lucan Baker. And the audience really enjoyed his thighs.
Yes.
He's always had them, he said. He's always had the legs.
But, Jordan Walker.
Because you're developing a rapport with him. You guys are both youngsters.
I think he could be a friend of the show.
What do you think on that, Martin? Huh.
I think Victor Scott may come on a second time, maybe like Friday. I think that's what I'm going to play. I think the newest friend of the show for sure is Vic Scott.
Wow, how about that?
Well, he was great yesterday.
I mean, Younger only happens. It's going to be on shirts everywhere. It only happens because of this show.
There's no doubt. Victor Scott's great. Jordan Walker is someone for sure. Eric Fetty. I saw Eric Fetty walking around.
He's FOTS?
He seems like he really could be.
I'm not feeling. What vibe do you get to say that?
It's just I can't really describe it. I get the vibe that he could be friend of the show.
Is it blind hope?
A little bit, but blind. Think about all the places we've gone as humanity with blind hope. Think about that.
What are some of the places?
You talking about outer space?
Sure. Same computing
with blind hope. We just shot some people up in a rocket and said, hope it works.
Same computing power. It's like a graphing calculator. So, yeah, I'd say so.
It's like a graphing calculator.
Yeah, it's blind hope. Listen, you got to throw caution to the wind, and sometimes you'll chunk a hybrid, and other times you'll get Jordan Walker on the show.
I guess it's why it's hard to find astronauts, because we're just shooting up there. Well, maybe it'll work.
We don't really have a plan.
Sharon and Clayton / Sanibel is active in this Air Comfort Service text inbox. And she says, the inclement weather is coming later. They don't want your brats to be stuck at school or going home on bad streets. I'm in Sanibel, and even I know the 314 forecast. Not that hard, folks. That's Sharon and Sanibel / Clayton, and she's not happy with the texters and the YouTube chatters who are complaining about the fact that the kids are at home. And she's proud to not have children.
And we had a very official weather report. We had KG look out the window. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah. Stick your head out the window and just tell us.
I see winter weather advisory until 6 o'clock. Snow expected around 10.
Is that official?
Well, that's what my Apple app says.
Got it. What about for Festus specifically?
It's probably about
big
the same.
contingent.
I don't know.
Well, good news. Jackson's dad is on right now. He might be on the barge. He joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with his weather report from the Mississippi River. Jackson's dad, you're on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Hello, gentlemen. How you doing today down in Jupiter?
Oh, gosh, we're doing fine. We're doing just fine. I hit my cough button. I couldn't talk. So how are you doing?
Good. I'm sitting here in Festus.
Not that funny. Not that.
Yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, what's on your mind?
I sent in a text. I need to tell Jackson real quick.
Are you talking about your son or me? Because we've had this confusion
You,
before.
this time. How many times do we practice this shot at AAA on Forest Park? You have
it was called the Highlands when I was there.
When you hit the hybrid.
So this is the show, huh?
Yeah. He was off balance yesterday, that's for sure.
Singers galore.
Jackson's dad, in addition to the golf tips for the Jackson that's not your son, are you working? Did you just get off the barge? Tell us about the barge work in this kind of weather, potentially.
Well, it's tons of fun. Not really.
Oh.
What are they doing?
Cold out there, I bet.
I'm actually off until Monday, so I get to avoid all the weather this week.
Oh. Okay, that's
all right.
good.
You're probably shaking off that Chiefs loss. Weren't you all in?
I was not. You know, I had no opinion on which team was going to win because you can't bet against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. But at the same time,
excuse me,
Saquon Barkley and the Eagles had it.
Mike, how you doing today?
All right, so you basically called in to tell Jackson he needs better balance on his shot?
He blew the most important shot of his life. I mean, I'm so disappointed.
Yes. That's true.
I mean, thank you, Jackson's dad. Wonderful thoughts from Festus.
Great
and
stuff.
Mississippi River.
What's the close second? Was there a free throw you missed?
No.
Oh, so that was the most important shot of your life.
I guess one could say that the next shot is your most important shot.
Oh, this is inspiring. You do need to go in that clubhouse and speak to these guys.
Yeah, I'll just go in right now, you think?
Little mini message.
That'll go well.
Get the troops fired.
I'll take off
Talk
my
to them
credential.
about blind hope, and most of yeah, I kind of agree. It's not a bad message.
I'm saying.
Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man is in there, Doug, and he says, I just wish Tim was in town so I could scrape his windshield for him.
Oh,
that is a nice gesture.
Why do they eliminate so much? What is it with these people?
In a carport, do you still have to scrape the windshield?
Because some of if the wind's blowing, and I understand
right.
the wind's supposed to be howling in St. Louis today during this winter storm, some of the precipitation can get in through the side of the carport proper.
Kind of the problem with the carport, I guess. Is
but again, it's aesthetically pleasing.
It really is.
Is that why Tim parks his car on the lawn, just so you can get access when you're out of town? That way people can scrape the windshield for you.
Right, despite you not driving your vehicle.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to participate. 235 people just feeling warm and cozy watching our program. You can see a little bit of the Marlins camp. I'm looking at the YouTube view right now, right behind us, right between, if you want to know what it is, it's right between me and Martin, down to the Marlins camp. Doug, how are things going on down there?
Well, I just heard what sounded like a bat on ball.
There's a car parked.
Ash to agate.
There's a car parked, like, in the outfield.
Yeah, it's good for them. It's always a little lighter down at the Marlins camp.
People feel free to park just about anywhere down here.
And there's a truck that's parked right next to these propane tanks that Doug's really worried about.
There's a semi on the baseball field.
That's how Big Irish should park. I'm parked out on the fields today. We had local media, Palm Beach, West Palm Beach, couple of TV stations were here yesterday, and I overheard them saying, yeah, we're here at Cardinals today. We'll try and get to the Marlins this week. And I'm like, they're not even covering the Marlins, and they're from West Palm.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have a real buzz in South Florida. I guess they're all Heat all the time, all the U all the time.
Panthers,
I think they like the Panthers a lot.
Yeah, the Panthers are winning, but I don't know how many people in the Miami area. Really.
Worry about Andrew Wiggins and the Heat.
I would imagine they're talking more Andrew Wiggins and not Matthew Tkachuk. Plus, it's 4 nations.
Right. Doug, there's 4 nations. It's USA, it's Canada, Finland.
Sure it is.
Oh, boy.
Sweden.
There you go.
Sweden.
We'll be carrying the games later tonight. 1 game tonight, 1 game tomorrow.
All right. Let's get after
2 of them play each other tonight, and then 2 of them play tomorrow.
The brothers Tkachuk. I saw a picture of them yesterday wearing the USA jersey. Oh, beautiful sweater, by the way. I love those USA hockey sweaters.
What's your 4 nations breakdown?
Yeah, guys, the Yankee Stadium shtick that's going on with these calls is really something. It's like if Lou Gehrig was from Lime. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, and it's in reference to the calls and the echo, but it's saying that if Lou Gehrig was from Lime, was he from Lime? Did he go
He was not. He's from New York City.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
But he vacationed in Lime.
That could be.
So to the listener, it's Jackson, calling. Talk to the guys. Is that what they're hearing?
I got Lou Gehrig from Crystal City, is what it's saying.
That was Bill Bradley.
Oh, maybe I got
So
something.
there's a little bit of a, was it Bob Shepard?
Bob Tway, Telegraph
That
Road.
also left behind the Derek Jeter. Remember they
Number 2.
Yeah, they kept that for years,
No.
even after he passed.
Number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. When we are at spring training, it is presented to you by Sumner One and by CarStar. Watch the program anytime. You can watch it live at youtube.com/TMASTL, or you can go back and podcast like the Dickens via the YouTube or the TMA STL app. Subscribe to both channels, the youtube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to that, and then also download the TMA STL app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Croup, and we're live from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN.
The NHL 4 Nations Face-Off is on ESPN. Tonight, Canada and Sweden. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7. The NHL plays on 101 ESPN.
When was the last time you checked if your car and home rates were competitive? CarltonInsurance.net today.
Being first in line can be very important to homeowners. First in line for the plumber. First in line for the HVAC guy. First at Banner Construction. It's Banner Construction's winter home event. And you can be first in line this spring and save before the annual price increases. Banner Construction is a James Hardy and Pella window replacement specialist. And now is the best time to schedule a free in-home consultation with no obligation. Call 314-569-1050 or see us on the web and have a banner day. Go!
Jewelry Gram, it's your friends at Shane Company here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Friday, February 14th. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart, like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural rubies, colorful sapphires, and natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our unmatched free lifetime warranty and everyday competitive prices. Come visit us in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Dr. TJ from the Institute of Natural Health. I'm inviting you to check out our show, Wellness 101, every Sunday at 7 a.m. right here on ESPN. On Wellness 101, we talk about how to optimize your health as well as all things health-related. We discuss how to take control of your health by being your own health advocate, and we offer practical tips for you to become the healthiest you possible. On Wellness 101, we cover topics like optimizing hormones, thyroid health, gut function, cardiovascular health, sexual health and performance, and many more. So join Aaron and me every Sunday for Wellness 101 at 7 a.m. on ESPN.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100.
I can't wait to see you.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues forward Jake Neighbors. Get entered to win that Jake Neighbors signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Live from Roger Dean Stadium at Cardinal Spring Training. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
It's TMA with 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And the program this week from spring training, sponsored by CarStar and Sumner One. Here are your news and notes from Jupiter, Doug. This is from the Cardinals. Pitchers and catchers with physicals going on as we speak. And the Cardinal complex will be open to media access beginning at 8:30 St. Louis time to 9:30. And that's when Jackson believes Jordan Walker and Eric Fetty will become friends of this show. And then at 9:30 St. Louis time, John Mozeliak will be speaking with the media. And at 10 o'clock St. Louis time, Ali Marmol will be speaking with the media. So
topic
there is your
number one. What, Arenado? Topic number one, you think?
And why he was here on Monday morning, and then why he flew back to Southern California and posted a video of hitting from a cage.
It's all part of the ruse that his agent is putting on. Do you think that's what it is?
I think it was a case of an unfortunate mistaken identity.
We're moving forward. So, yeah, Ollie and Mo, a chance to kind of set the tone for camp, maybe comment on Jackson's swing. There's a lot to get to on this Wednesday. So we really are midway through the week, but I think it's just going to finish with a flurry.
Is that what you're expecting?
Thursday is going to be really big for the show.
Oh, really? What's going on Thursday?
Well, I just think by then guys are settled in.
Yeah.
They've got a little more time. They'd like to get acclimated. We've allowed for that. If that doesn't work, we'll grab Clayton McCullough and do Ask Clayton.
On the subject of physicals, I would think there's probably no easier job for a doctor than to give physical exams to 20-something alpha male professional athletes. If you want to find some problems, come on over in this direction. Bring your blood pressure machines to Radio Row here.
Yeah, the Mark Williams, the guy the Lakers traded for. I'm sorry to keep bringing up the NBA.
Oh, he's got NBA groomed
They
again.
failed the physical, and then they had to rescind the trade post-deadline. It's a whole, and now they're appealing it. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Your lower extremity.
I'm sure there's probably a knee injury or
were compromised.
Brian Bartow, friend of the show, PR director for the Cardinals, said yesterday he thought things were going well for the show, but he said, I would like a little more NBA talk. I'm just letting you know, Jackson, that you have a new member of the Alliance.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, he was talking to me. He was a big Pistons fan. And, the Pistons have really turned it around. Cade Cunningham, Martin, should have been an all-star.
Yeah. B-Man not happy about it. Not one bit.
Durant last night became the 8th NBA player to reach 30,000 points. There's your NBA update.
They call him the Slim Reaper, Doug.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Martin, why don't you tell us about Schnucks to eliminate this conversation?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Brian. Business at hand, including our friends at Schnucks who are helping you save money. Hopefully you stocked up before the storm, or you got a chance right now before it starts to hit later today. Load up at your neighborhood Schnucks, and when you do that, you're going to save money. They've lowered prices on over 2,300 items throughout the store. When you do 2,300 items, there's bound to be something on your grocery list where you're going to save money, whether it's Jack's Pizzas or Ida potatoes. You've got Jackson's favorite, the Stoke, the cold coffee, Chobani yogurt. That's a Doug staple, I believe. All of it marked down. So stop by Schnucks. Also check out the digital shelf tags all around the store to find more items on sale, lower prices, everyday savings you can count on at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every single day. Not one, not two. 2,300 items have been lowered.
There it is. Schnucks, loyal sponsor here on TMA 101 ESPN. And, of course, the YouTube channel. 270 people in there watching the program because they're at home and they're dealing with winter weather. But Sharon and Clayton says it's not there yet, even though she's in Sanibel. So that's how the winter weather is.
That's how accurate our reports are. We're in Jupiter getting a weather report from a woman in Sanibel. And occasionally Kurt looks out the window.
Jeremy Rutherford has posted a Blues player poll on The Athletic this morning. It's Four Nations season. And I'll be curious what you guys think on this. Martin, I think you probably are the most in the know. One of the questions is who gives the best media interviews? And they ask a bunch of guys on the team. What do you think the winner is?
Well, I could pick a few at the bottom of the list. So this is Blues players picking who the best talker on the team is.
That's correct.
I have to be honest and say it's a small group of choices.
This is a live read?
Players pick. I mean, Shen is the spokesperson. He's a polite man. Usually gives you a little something.
That was a Claves answer.
It's not him.
Pleasant gentleman.
I don't know if he'd get picked. I'm going to say they pick Shen. I would pick Neighbors.
How about that? Shen was the one who got the most votes. I don't see one for Neighbors.
I think they don't know it because they're not in the media world. I mean, seriously, like they don't know that he's a good talker. But I would put Neighbors high on my list.
Jake Neighbors himself said Jordan Binnington, and Jordan Binnington finished second. How about that? Yeah. Neighbors wrote, I'll go with Binner. I just like how he's different in media scrums than when you talk to him normally. He changes his voice a little bit and acts serious. Joseph said Binner has a comforting voice, and it fits well when you speak to the media. He's a smart guy with a nice vocabulary. And then the actual winner, Braden Shen, said Binner is honest, he's funny, he's sarcastic, he's serious. You never know what you're going to get from him.
He could be playful. I will say, since Jim Thomas retired, it's not the same because he had a lot. They
had a nice little spars.
They had a lot of fun banter. Remember the whole "Do I look nervous?" line?
Yes.
That was back and forth with JT. I honestly think since Jim's gone, it's not quite the same playful banter, but he has it in him to be kind of dry, funny. So I could see why the teammates would pick him. Who's third? Let me see. Pareko's a pleasant gentleman and somewhat available.
Take your shirt off.
Boy. Dylan Holloway. I would say the teammates don't know it, but he's an underrated good media guy.
Possible friend of the show.
Falk is pretty good, but people don't talk to him very often, it seems.
But these are the players picking. That's why I don't know that they really understand from the media perspective who the good talker.
You might be surprised to hear number 89, Pavel Buchnevich, gets 3 votes.
Because he can be funny.
Yes.
I think J.K. Rivers, they love having him on the headset because he can be kind of funny.
And if you don't know, then you don't know. It's dry. But, yes, he finished in third place on the list. And then who gets recognized the most, and then who wants to be? Those are two different questions.
Bennington would get recognized the most.
So. That is correct.
And who wants to be recognized? Can we have initials on that one?
Close to none of them.
ZB.
Zelda Brown? Oh, wow. Do they have a Zelda Brown on the roster?
The Zach Brown band.
Oh, that's right.
Nope. Not on the team.
Tim, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's Zach Bolduc.
There you go.
They seem to pick on him a little bit. I think Monty's on him a little bit. They couldn't wait to send him down during the Four Nations down to Springfield. Young guy, get some playing time. That doesn't surprise me that the players picked him.
Bolduc himself said, I had dinner with Binner in Vegas, and 2 fans showed up and were like, can we take a picture? Most of the time he's saying yes because he's a nice guy. So Binnington, the teammates, acknowledge that he gets recognized the most, but Bolduc is the one who wants to get recognized.
To be recognized, gotcha.
According to his teammates. Yeah, which is surprising because Binner's wearing the helmet the whole time, the mask.
That goes against Jackson's helmet theory.
It's true.
But he's been around the longest.
Yeah,
he's been interviewed quite a bit, so that
part of the 2019 run.
Yeah, kind of negates the mask theory.
In our show, who gets recognized the most? I guess Martin.
Tim.
And who wants to be? Jackson.
I want
I thought
to
it was
be.
Tim and Tim.
No. I don't know. That might be the answer is Tim, and Tim gets recognized the most, and then I guess I want to the most, even though I don't want to necessarily be
playing that role.
Let's say if we had to go in order. I don't know, Martin. You kind of like to show yourself off a little bit.
Oh, do I? Is that why I called Robbie Avila during the game last night?
He did.
I accidentally called him during the game.
Why'd you call him during the game?
Well,
You weren't happy with his play? He had a big night.
We were watching the Billikens game. Swope hit a big shot to tie it, to send it to overtime. Offense looked a little chaotic, but they got the 3 to drop. Jackson was breaking down.
You were breaking it down?
Their
You live
formation.
play-by-play?
Well, they were trying to get the hand off to Jimerson, but Swope bypassed that and just took the 3, which I like, too.
Hit the 3, and I said, I think I still have Swope's number. And I had him on the show last year, and I thought, well, let me make him a friend of the show. Couldn't find it, and then I found, I still have Avila's number, and I accidentally dialed it while they were running up and down the court.
I hope he didn't answer.
I know. It would be bad if he had his phone on him at the time, but I'm assuming at about midnight at the athletic dorm, he looks at his phone and says, who in the hell called me during the game? I've not heard back from him.
He hasn't gotten back.
Remember Claves' story where he accidentally called Gary Pinkel at 2 a.m.?
Oh, God.
And he was like at Napoli, Claves, not Pinkel. And he accidentally called, and Pinkel was like, this is Gary Pinkel. He answered his phone,
He answered
of course. And Claves like, oops, and like hung up. Did not. I said, "You say it?" He goes, "No way, man, I hung up."
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. We're broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal Spring training coverage here on 101 ESPN. Brought to you this week by CarStar and Sumner One. Your schedule for broadcast purposes. The clubhouse will open in approximately 45 minutes. And Jackson's very bullish on Jordan Walker and Eric Petty being friends of the show today. John Mozeliak will hold his press conference coming up in a little less than 2 hours. Then Ali Marmol will address the media as well. Cardinal spring training physicals, pitchers and catchers with their first workout. That is all going on in Jupiter, Florida. Watch the program. Feel warmer. See the sunshine, the palm trees, and you can see the Marlins right behind us. And it looks like they're wearing the hats that they wore when they came into the league. And Doug, was that Charlie Huff with the first start for the Dodgers in 1993?
Could have been. I don't know.
They're all wearing jerseys. They all have jerseys of themselves.
How do you like the Marlins uniforms, Jackson? You have that Twitter account that everybody follows.
They've gotten better since they've gotten away from like the orangish look. It's not great. I really do like that old F Marlins cap, like the Florida Marlins cap.
That's kind of what they're wearing. For those of you watching on YouTube, I don't know if you can see it.
I would think
you can see it on YouTube.
The black uniform tops would get a little warm in the sun.
These guys are tough. I went Florida Marlins. I always thought was a better name than Miami Marlins. I thought the state name was better. It's kind of unique, Florida Marlins. I don't know. I always preferred that. It doesn't seem like anyone's too worried about it down there.
No, or anywhere. It doesn't seem to affect their brand.
No, I think they'll be all right.
Oh, Doty's zoomed in on it, I see.
Yeah.
It's like we have a technical director right here.
It's like Scorsese.
Yeah. Cousin Brian is listening back in St. Louis and sent a picture of his lovely daughter Helen pointing at the laptop saying Cousin Martin's in Florida.
She's watching the program.
Yeah, darn.
This show's NC-17, though.
See, you're the most recognizable, even among your own family.
I would say to Cousin Brian, maybe cover her ears. Tim, give a warning when you're going to be foul.
That's the brand. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to participate in the program. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. And of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. We have cold temperatures in the St. Louis area. It's going to be cold this weekend. There's more snow in the forecast throughout. I see on Sunday, Doug, 50% chance of more snow in St. Louis. It looks like it should get melted on Saturday with a high of 45, but then next week, highs in the 20s, brother. 26 on Monday, 24 on Tuesday, 27 on Wednesday. If you're dealing with heating issues, you work with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client, Martin's a client. I'm a client as well. Seth is 4th generation. And they pride themselves at Design Air Heating and Cooling on no upselling. They fix it, they take care of it, and off they go. And they earn your business in the long term by knowing that you can count on them when you call them to not only come over quickly, but fix it, and then not go into some kind of sales pitch to upsell you. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com, longest running sponsor on TMA. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Rise and shine, Valentine, all month long. You be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential, and the rates are at an all-time low at HW Kia of West County. Get freedom from interest with zero down, zero interest for 72 months, plus $1,000 customer cash. Even low 1.9% for 60 months on all Sorento and Sportage SUVs. And yes, that includes all-wheel drive gas models. Currently stuck in a load or lease? Big D, the trade man, will get you released. So bring any trade and get up to 120% over KBB fair market value for any trade. And drive home in a brand new Kia K4 LX for just $129 per month lease with zero security deposit and only $39.95 due. Or own it for under $20,000 with any trade. Yes, a brand new Kia with a 10-year warranty. Less than most used cars. Only at HWKia.com. Unapproved credit, not all qualified. Plus tax, title, license, and 587 title and registration processing fee. 21 or newer trade. Negative equity refinanced into loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer through KNF. 2083 per thousand. Offers non-combination expires 3/4/25.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off, 16-year warranty. SwissAirSTL.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
When you've been hurt in an accident, you need a law firm that wins. Onder wins. For over 100 years, Onder Law has been winning for St. Louis. With over $5 billion in negotiated settlements and over $300 million in verdicts, Onder wins. Voted best law firm by STL Today 2 years in a row, Onder wins. Whether it's settlements, verdicts, or awards, Onder wins. If you've been hurt in a car accident, trucking accident, or hurt on the job, Onder Law will get you the money you deserve. At Onder Law, winning is what we do. So when the stakes are high, Onder wins. Call us today for a free consultation. We don't get paid unless we win for you. Dial 314 or 6189-million. That's 314 or 6189, then all zeros. Or visit us online at onderwins.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results. Every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
Football season is over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Illinois. From college basketball, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Illinois isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line split, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Illinois app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
James Carlton State Farm is a company that's easy for me to endorse. I've known James for years, going back to his young whippersnapper days, interning on a sports program with us. Do your family, do yourself a favor. See how much they can save you today by going online to carltoninsurance.net.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Bowen, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Whether you want front row tickets, season tickets, or tickets to Italy, Central Bank is here with money management tools, credit card rewards, and other financial solutions you didn't know were possible to help you dream bigger, bank better. CentralBank.net. Equal housing lender.
St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with the First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Isaiah Swope hit a game-tying three-pointer at the end of regulation against George Mason last night for the Billikens, but they fall in overtime 76-74, falling to 7-5 in Atlantic 10 play. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back, morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Cardinal Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL, and of course, live stream it anytime you'd like on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL app. Join us for fun and games. Look, we got a friend coming by.
Oh, my gosh. Is he coming to scold us? To hold us accountable? Or Rick Horton, ladies and gentlemen. Cardinal announcer, Cardinal great, Rick Horton. The lefty is in the house.
Welcome
Rick
to the
Horton.
show.
Now it's spring training.
Yeah,
it is spring training.
And what a pretty house to be in, by the way.
You like the canopy?
How you guys? Oh, this
Have
is
a seat
awesome,
there, young man.
I would be happy to do that. How you guys doing?
We're wonderful. How are you doing?
What a great place to be. I know St. Louis is dealing with some weather right now, but I guess we don't want to talk about ours then. Then everybody will hate us. That's right.
They probably already do, other than you.
I love you guys.
Okay,
you know that.
Gentlemen, you class up this operation. What are your responsibilities?
I thought
this
that was
morning?
Doug's job.
Doug does class up. That's why he's got the
Very
Augusta
much so.
National shirt on.
He has that on his badge right there. It says, "I'm the class of the outfit."
Yeah, as if I needed it. How many spring trainings is this for you?
Oh, my goodness. That's a big number. My first spring training was 1981. I missed a few years during my post-career time, but somebody's going to have to do the math for me. That's a lot of years. 81 was my first spring training. And
was that in St.
That was in St. Petersburg. So I remember the early years of Jupiter, and just kind of coming back into the broadcast hat was a different thing to go through that. I had spring trainings with the at the time Indians, now the Guardians, as a coach too, and that was also a different role. When you come to spring training as a coach, you're thinking, I got a lot of work to do. When you come as a player, you're thinking, I got to get a tan, I got to be in shape. And you come as a broadcaster, you're thinking, boy, I should know something, shouldn't I? So you have a different kind of set of rules when you come to spring training.
So 45 or so years of spring training, you're about halfway to Red Shaney's record.
I still miss Red.
I see that yesterday.
Martin's saying that on the golf cart right out there.
I brought Red's name up yesterday at dinner with my wife. I brought him up this morning with Brian Bartow. It's just not the same without Red. And one thing I will say that Red always said, and you guys probably heard him say this along the way too, is when people would ask him, how do you stay young? And he said, be around young people. He would say that, stay in baseball, be around young people. And I think there's a lot of truth in that, so I'm trying to do that best I can.
Didn't the skipper, LaRussa, they would eat dinner a lot, didn't Red and Tony hang out a lot?
Yeah, they were over at Jetties on the lake, on the river here, or on the ocean, excuse me, and they were there all the time. Every time I'd go there, I'd see them, and talking baseball. And Red was just a wise individual, and I think wisdom in baseball is something that we have to cherish every time we're around somebody that's got that kind of I don't want to say secret knowledge, but deep knowledge about why baseball is such a fun thing, because it really is. I mean, it's a game that kind of marks the time for a lot of people. It's, spring training. People talk about pitchers and catchers that don't even, they know what that means. It's like, well, when do pitchers and catchers report? That's a thing in a community of people that may or may not really be big baseball fans, but they know that it marks the time. It marks the rebirth of a new season and spring and kind of renewal. All those things are good things.
Rick Horton, kind enough to be sitting down with us here on the TMA broadcast of spring training from Jupiter, Florida, 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. You're talk about preparation as a broadcaster for this year. We've noticed, we've been doing the show down here since 2005. This is such a different spring training because you have a lot of young players who many people in the audience aren't necessarily familiar with. But Victor Scott coined the phrase yesterday. He was trying to say we're young and hungry, and then he combined it and said we're youngry.
Well, that's
and we might have that catching on.
I think that's a good hip word. Let's go with that. But that's that's again part of the renewal thing, and sometimes it's a renewal of just a season that you don't know what's going to happen. And I harken back, guys. I think about 1985. I remember that because we're going to be celebrating the 40-year anniversary of that. Doug, I can do that math by myself. Good. But it's 40 years of a team that was predicted to come in last place came to spring training, and we were younger. See, it's already catching on.
There it is.
We had guys like Todd Worrell and Vince Coleman and a young Andy Van Slyke still, and just good young pitchers, Danny Cox and Ken Daly. I mean, it was a kind of a nucleus, Terry Pendleton, of younger guys that kind of all got better at the same time. Now that's I'm not saying that's always going to happen, but I think there's something cool about seeing if it can happen. So you talk about Victor Scott and Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker and Alec Burleson, a lot of kind of a Nolan Gorman nucleus of young guys that Quinn Matthews. I'm really excited to watch him pitch. By the way, I mean, I've seen him on video, but I haven't seen him live, and there's going to be a difference. But I can't wait to watch him pitch.
To the younger guys, they always defer to the veterans, but in this room, there's less and less veterans. They can kind of take over without having to kind of hold back. I think for young guys, it's really awkward. Like, do I speak? Do I put my head down? Yeah. But when you look around, like, oh, I played with him in Memphis. Oh, I played with him in Springfield. Oh, he and I were in Peoria 3 years ago. I think there's this. I'm not saying they're winning the pennant, but I'm saying I do think this group is going to be more comfortable kind of running the room.
I think that's right. I think if you are a veteran in a clubhouse like that, you got to pick your battles more because you can't kind of deal with them all. You got to let them just kind of find their own way and pick a spot to maybe make a comment to a younger guy. And I also think it makes the coaches that much more important too. Not that they're not, but anyway. But I think they have to kind of they'll do some corralling, but just let them be. Let them remember that this game is supposed to be fun, and you have to play loose. You have to play. Kind of not with so much in your head that you're kind of worried about looking over your shoulder, as you mentioned. And I just feel like that potential is there for this season.
Do you find when you're around young people, too, that it keeps you younger?
Oh, there's no doubt.
I find when I talk with my friends, we're always talking about our sciatica and the cranky prostate and the cranky prostates.
That's right.
Cranky prostates.
Remind me not to hang out with your friends.
Wow.
Sounds like
Doug's a barrel of laughs.
Party at Doug's house. So
hold on, Rick. This happened the other night. Tim tells us where to get the best chicken wings.
Yeah.
Jackson and I are knee-deep in these chicken wings. My photographer, Jake, we've all got a big plate of them. And Doug says, do you know how unhealthy those are? Talk about a barrel of laughs.
He's a party killer. But there is something about, this spring training's about fitness in a lot of ways. I mean, I always come here thinking, I still do this. I still around early December start thinking I got to get ready for spring training, and so I go to the gym and I'm start lifting and I start doing things. I start doing cardio and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't really have to do this, but I kind of want to maintain that kind of connection to what's going on around me here. So I think that's the influence that it's been in my life. And I also I think I've told you guys this before, I still have a dream in fact, I dreamt last night I was in a Cardinal uniform going into a game. I had to do it all the time.
Is that right?
Spring training brings back, I guess it's a stress dream, Tim. I don't know, but it used to be you're not prepared for a college test, which wasn't really a dream for me. That was a reality. But in this case, I think it is just that feeling that happens every spring training, and I can't get it out of my head.
So you didn't dream that you'd be on this show?
No. Well,
is this a dream come true?
It is a dream come true.
Or is this a nightmare that you're living?
No, it's awesome. I love you guys.
What in '81? So you're a young guy. Would Whitey talk to you? Was it Hub Kittle? How do you even fit in when you're brand new?
When I was brand new, my first big league camp, was being around Whitey was intimidating because my first big league camp was '83. I was in the minor league camps before them. But the big league camp of 1983, they just won the World Series. So that's my first camp. So I'm walking around these guys I just saw on TV. And so I had a feeling of, do I really belong here? I think that's the thing. You kind of, your head's on a swivel like you were talking about earlier. But Whitey Whitey almost never talked to me in all my years around him, and I miss him too, and love Whitey. Almost never talked about baseball with me. He let coaches do that. The pitching coach would talk baseball. He would talk about fishing. How's Ann? How's the kids? I mean, he was just not going to get into details, but you knew that he was watching, and you knew that if you were not kind of toeing the line, he would have somebody follow up with you, and that might be Bob Forsch, it might be Bruce Sutter, and it might be Mike Rourke, the pitching coach. But so Whitey was aware of everything, but I think he felt that players were better if they were relaxed. Yeah. He was the opposite, say, of Tony La Russa. He wanted relaxed players. Tony wanted
people on an edge.
Yeah. And both worked for them, obviously.
Rick Horton sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You made reference to that 85 team. I still hold the 1985 team as my personal favorite. I still think it was the best, even though I know many would put the 2004 team, at least of my lifetime. You said you guys were picked to finish last. I do remember that.
Yeah.
That gave the team a bit of an edge. When you guys got to spring training and you were picked last, was that something that was talked about? Was there a sense that, like, man, we're way better than people realize? What do you recall about that?
Yeah, I think that kind of grew because the year before we weren't very good, and we had Bruce Sutter. So, and now we are the same team, younger guys coming up, and we don't have Bruce Sutter. Then it's like, well, how's that work? But I think Whitey kind of established the vision and the confidence for us, because he said, here's how we're going to do this. In fact, I recall the very first spring training meeting that he had. His meetings were never more than 5 minutes, and you love that about a guy that does a meeting in 5 minutes. And his meeting was basically, we're going to go to the playoffs, and here's how we're going to do it. We're going to run, and we're going to be exciting, and we've got young players, and you're all going to have green lights. And so he just said, and he defined Whitey ball without saying Whitey ball. Yeah. Then he said bullpen by committee. He defined that specifically. First time I think that phrase was used that I can recall. He defined that in that very first meeting, said we're going to replace Bruce Sutter with Jeff Lottie and Ken Daly and Todd Worrell, and we're going to get the saves from multiple people. We're going to mix and match, and that's how we're going to play in October, and we did. So I think the vision started with him, the confidence, and we all obviously respected Whitey, and so for him to say that, I think, kind of gave us some fuel. But then you got to kind of get it done too, and Jack Clark was a big part of getting that done. Ozzie Smith, a big part of that, and of course the season that John Tudor had is those three guys really, I think, carried the on-field part.
Yeah. When you come down here in fantasy camp, when you get in the uniform, are the competitive juices like, I don't care if this guy's a plumber from Lehman, I'm striking his ass out? Like, do you get fired up?
So I was smart enough about 6 years ago to stop playing, and now I'm just the MC of it.
Okay.
Actually, I'm the commissioner. So
he's the commissioner. I've played in the fantasy camp. He's the commissioner.
You better respect me. So so it's a position that's
the tower.
The thing, he was catching me, and he was chirping at me, so I decided to go in on him and put a little stitches in his ribs, but all part of the fun.
Yeah, part of the major league experience.
Exactly.
I heard the Cardinals have a waiting list of former players who want to be a part of fantasy camp.
It is absolutely true, and every year they can't take everybody, but this year's fantasy camp, Rick Ankiel hit 4 home runs.
Oh my God.
He hit 4 home runs at fantasy camp, and so Ank is ripped right now.
I bet he could get in a big league park and hit one out right now.
There's no doubt. Well, that was a big league park.
Yeah.
Now he's hitting against
the plumber from Lehman we were talking about.
50-year-old, yeah, right. But people love seeing that. To see somebody with that kind of power, and we had, again, David Eckstein was there, Mike Matheny was there. It's hard to get an invite to this because everybody wants to be there.
Was Mike there this year?
He was there this year as a manager. How about that? There was a team of guys. There was a team of guys who were being managed by a former Cardinal manager at fantasy camp, and Mike had a great time. And we all loved seeing him there.
I had him on the podcast, and he told the whole story, and you knew it a year ago, what he went through not far from here.
Right.
Yeah.
Nearly died.
Yes.
And if his wife doesn't say, we're going to the hospital, he's convinced he would have died.
Well, people haven't seen your story on that. I mean, it's phenomenal. And, of course, they went through a tornado within the same year in their house in Arkansas. And so it was a tough year for them. But Mike is such a resilient guy, and nobody tougher in my mind.
He sounds like he's in a really good place now.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. He was very happy. And, it's interesting that I would say that about all the alumni that were there. I mean, we kind of bond. Willie was there. Willie McGee was there. And, of course, Willie is in a good place, too. I think he's happy with kind of moving on and doing his own thing now. And but I think us being together, there's a brotherhood that happens there, whether it's Brian Jordan or, Ray Langford or Eckstein or, several other people there from different generations of playing, Rick Ankiel, that we still feel like we played together, which we didn't, which is odd.
Yeah,
but we're kind of on this team as an alumni at fantasy camp, and it's good for us. It's good for our soul.
It has to be hard, though, for guys who've played baseball and been in the game their entire adult life to one day it comes to an end, and then what do you do? And you're still a young man.
So you grieve when that happens. You really, honestly, that's not too strong a word for it. I mean, when you kind of look in the mirror and go, you convince yourself. I did it for 2 years. There were 30 teams that knew I was done 2 years before I knew I was done. And so you're trying to scratch and claw to get a job. I went back and played in Puerto Rico and just to see if I can get kind of on the radar screen and, flipping it up there at 84 miles an hour. And just I didn't have the physical thing that I once had. And I was marginal anyway, but just trying to get a chance because you think just maybe. Tried to throw a forkball. Tried to throw submarine. I tried to throw everything but right-handed because I knew that wasn't going to work. So you're in denial, like all the stages of grief. You're in denial. You get some anger. You get some frustration. All those things, and then you finally get to the point of accepting it. But for some, it takes us longer than others.
Because you feel like the game spit you out, like, hey, man, this is my whole life.
Yeah. Well, you think you're going to do it forever, and you kind of know that you can't. But you don't want it to come as soon as it comes. And for me, I was 31, 32 years old. So,
is that right?
Yeah,
young man.
I had elbow surgery, and just when I came back, I wasn't quite the same. Didn't quite have the finish, and couldn't. Now the guy that I hit at fantasy camp, I think he thought I was still throwing pretty good. But I
showed
didn't.
You showed him.
But you would have been the youngest starter on the Cardinal staff last year, 31.
I think I would have been, exactly. But I was updating my resume when I was 31.
Rick Horton, kind enough to sit down with us here on TMA. Great having a conversation with you. Thank you so much for coming by, man.
Yeah, it's fun to be here in spring and fun to see you guys.
Rick Horton, thanks so much. We are live from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is presented to you by Sumner One and CarStar. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This Friday morning, 101 ESPN invites you to participate in the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine fundraiser. Stop by any participating Hardee's in the bi-state area this Friday morning and grab a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit for the special price of just $1. 100% of the proceeds of all funds collected will help heat up St. Louis, supporting people in need in both Missouri and Illinois. Help heat up the St. Louis region this Friday morning at any participating Hardee's. Find more info at 101ESPN.com.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29. And it can happen very quickly at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Since 1991, St. Louis has served as the gateway to the best men's basketball tournament, Arch Madness. Experience buzzer beaters, madness, and Missouri Valley Conference glory. And it begins here. The 2025 State Farm MVC Men's Basketball Tournament, presented by Credit Union One and Great Southern Bank, tips off March 6th through the 9th. Celebrate 35 years of Arch Madness. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Race to savings at Menards and start updating your home today. We offer the largest in-stock selection of home appliances that are ready to take home today, including Criterion refrigerators, freezers, dishwashers, and laundry appliances. They're built to make your life simple, no matter how busy life gets. Criterion appliances are ready when you are. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com and race to savings on all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. You got your...
Attorney Todd Nissenholtz of Kaufman Townsley. When I was young, I sat at the dinner table listening to how my dad fought to get justice for those injured by negligent drivers. I was so inspired that I grew up and became an attorney. It's in my blood. If you're the victim of an accident, I'll fight for your rights. So when you sit at the dinner table with your family, you'll know justice was served. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Hi, I'm Ben for Dobbs. You can't predict a tire blow, faulty air conditioning, or engine overheating, but you can count on Dobbs' team of technicians to fix your vehicle, to get you in, up, fixed, and out, and back on the road.
For deals you can use, click on GoToDobbs.com now.
We've got your chance to win a pair of passes to the 2025 State Farm Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament, hitting the court at Enterprise Center March 6th through March 9th. March begins here with the Arch Madness of the annual MVC Tournament, celebrating 31 years at Enterprise Center. All session and single session tickets are on sale now. Get all the details and get entered to win those free tickets for Arch Madness right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett, as we are live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal Spring Training coverage here, brought to you by CarStar and the Sumner One, recording with us in the previous segment. You can watch all the show, youtube.com/TMASTL. Your captain's log, also known as the Stiefel Dossier. The Cardinal Clubhouse opening up in 14 minutes. And Jackson's targeting Jordan Walker and Eric Fetty today.
Yeah.
You feel good about it? Parlaying them. I'm going to parlay those. I think you're going to bring them both on over.
That's the plan. I'm going to do the best I can. Every single day, do the best I can. But Rick Horton's great.
Yeah, how about that?
It gets awkward when you ask multiple players and then they come out and see somebody in that seat.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see them kind of like, well, you didn't need me now?
Well, it's a sought-after seat.
Oh,
yeah, it's sought after.
Tell them that.
It's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel. Martin, what do we got going on with this love?
Yeah, I want to tell you about, and you guys know I went down to Perryville in November. I've gotten to know the folks there. They have built the replica wall. It's an unbelievable Vietnam replica wall. It's part of the Missouri National Veterans Memorial. They do a lot of great events benefiting veterans, and we've got one coming up. It's March 15th. It's at the Frontenac Hilton. Jackie Smith, Marshall Faulk on stage telling their stories, a couple of Hall of Famers, their football journey, all of that as we raise money for the Missouri National Veterans Memorial, just our veterans in general. And if we have audience members who want to hear some great football stories, or even some companies out there that want to support this event, it's all going back to the veterans. Saturday night, March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton. So a great event. You can get involved at 573-517-5132. It's not online anywhere. You just call this number, 573-517-5132. What would that be? Willie McGee, Jeff Lottie, 5132.
Lottie was 32?
Steve Carlton was
Steve
32.
Carlton,
Stephen
sure.
Matz.
Stephen Matz.
Nice.
573-517-5132 for this great event at the Frontenac Hilton, Saturday, March 15th. Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith on stage telling some great football stories. A couple of guys from Louisiana ended up in St. Louis. wound up in Canton, a football evening as we raise money for our veterans.
310 friends are gathered right now talking it over in the YouTube chat. The address, youtube.com/TMASTL. If Doug is totally hairless, I bet KG is hairy like an animal. That's from Jackson's Conscience. So that's what they're talking about.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's just, I just went in and I read what was in there, and that's what I saw.
So we had a great baseball discussion with Rick Horton, and that's what came out of it.
That's correct.
Doug is totally hairless.
Is that true?
No.
Oh, well.
Doug's rather handy. He fixed our washer-dryer setup last night.
So funny.
We had some issues.
So Martin was trying to wash his clothes. We have a washer and dryer unit in our Airbnb. And so after we get home last night from Rocco's Tacos, Tableside Guac. Martin locked. Despite Martin's best efforts, so his clothes were locked and trapped inside the washing machine, and I would say Martin was starting to get a little testy with the unit.
Jackson believes I was going to dislodge the entire unit from the wall.
He pulled the dryer out of its slot,
like Lou Ferrigno. The dryer lifted off, the washer was underneath, and then Uncle Doug comes around the corner and said, "For God's sakes, let's check the breaker." And I said, "It's not the breaker. It worked earlier. The dryer is on with power. This one will not open. My damn clothes are in there," and I'm just ready to tear it off the wall. And then Doug flipped the breaker, and it worked.
Oh, my God.
That's all it is.
Simple. Pretty simple.
The lid was
Did you have your tool belt on? You flipped the breaker?
Power could be the issue.
But what I was confused by is if there was no power, why it's defaulting to locking Martin's clothes inside the unit. He was going to be without his underwear. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing just shut off completely.
I almost wet myself watching Martin
Jackson
trying to dislodge
enjoyed the theater that was me ripping the washer out of the wall. But
I know.
eventually,
you like water sports.
So we'll have clean underwear.
Much like our Keurig, it was a real hindrance.
We haven't solved the Keurig yet. We still haven't figured out how to make
We still have
coffee.
to go get the
I'll
coffee.
check the breaker when we get back.
At the neighborhood convenience stores, Tim, where in the fountain soda machine it says, "Please do not pour your soup down here."
People have been coming by and pouring soup in the fountain soda?
Apparently. I sent you guys the photo of
I saw
this.
the images.
I think we talked to Luke and Baker off air about it yesterday, but apparently at our neighborhood gas station, people are throwing soup into the fountain soda tray dispensary, and I'm not sure I understand.
Vestibule.
I think it's called. I think that's exactly right. It's called vestibule. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's the morning after. We're broadcasting from Jupiter, Florida. We know it's cold and some poor weather is in the forecast in the St. Louis metropolitan area. If you are in the St. Louis metropolitan area and you want to feel warm and snug, watch us. And you can do so at youtube.com/TMASTL for your Cardinal spring training coverage. We are here through Friday. The Cardinal Clubhouse is opening up in less than 10 minutes, and Jackson will be going in there and talking with his new friends on the Cardinals. It is all brought to you by Sumner One and CarStar, your auto body repair experts here on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel. Is that Chairman Kurt who's on the he's on the YouTube?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right, Chairman Kurt? You
got the hat backwards.
The YouTube feed is down, and
it's just still an image of Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Oh, we have. I guess we're having some issues with our.
Oh, that's the okay. I didn't know if Chairman Kurt.
I just figured I'd put on a little show until we get you guys back.
If he had gone and said, "I'm going to put myself up there."
Doty's working on it.
The Wilmore Park bathroom attendant says to Chairman Kurt, "Show us the Nerps boy." Doug, that's the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant.
It looks like Chairman's trying to talk, but we can't hear him.
Why do we even have to come to Florida to do a Cardinal show when the question is, can you show us some Nerps boy?
Yeah.
Couldn't we do that in St. Louis?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
Because it's too cold out to show them in St. Louis.
So
we come down here, and then that's what the audience requests.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Warson Woods Wacko says, Martin, why did you only bring 2 pairs of tidy-whities? Leave it to the 90-year-old geriatric to fix the laundry machines around there. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
It was more than underwear. I had some shorts and some shirts, just kind of tidying up.
Panties you had in there.
It was just locked in there, tight as a
Jackson,
drum.
I believe, is the one who only has 1 pair of shorts or
Correct.
2.
Yeah, what's that about?
You're going to need access to that machine
I know.
that's
Boy,
currently
howdy.
still closed.
I had 2 other pair of golf shorts laid out, but I forgot to pack them.
What's the point of laying them out?
That's a great question, Martin. I completely forgot to pack them.
Yeah, that always sucks when that happens.
So
are you guys going to be able to iron your clothes when it comes out of the laundry? Or
I don't think
Grandpa Doug going to have to do that for you.
If you would.
I've never ironed a pair of clothes in my life.
You're kidding me.
No.
Do you know how?
I could figure it out.
I feel like the team's pretty hungry.
Sent out.
How often are you ironing clothes?
Once every 2-3 weeks, I'll do a shirt or something.
That's a man of the people right there. That's folksy, Jackson.
You never pull something out and it's all wrinkled and say,
I
well,
throw it in the
better iron
dryer.
this.
I throw it in the dryer for like 20 minutes.
Quick fix.
It doesn't get rid of all the wrinkles.
It'll do the job.
Just some things it will.
Do you iron your jeans?
Jeans, no.
Is that bad? Is that a Hoosier move?
Khakis, you betcha.
Virgin, one pair of shorts, ha ha ha, you're poor. That's from the Warson Woods Whack.
I just explained that I have 2 others back in St. Louis. I just forgot to pack them. So, whatever.
Hey, you dumbass!
Announce how many pairs of shorts you own. I think Charlie Marley used to announce how many polo golf shirts he had. It's even on his Twitter handle.
He has several.
How many he owns, yes. Humble brag.
Speaking of golf, 185 yards in and a slight miss. You hate to see it. That's from Scissorby Timbers, and he is revisiting the video of Jackson's unfortunate shot on 17 yesterday.
You do hate to see it. You do hate to see it. Maybe,
but you will never watch it.
No, I never will.
If you want to watch it, TMA_STL on Instagram and Jackson's TMA fan page on Facebook, where he does a wonderful job moderating.
I know. Miles Michaelis likes to play golf a lot. I'm thinking if we get him on the show, we show him that video and get his breakdown.
Oh yeah, get a little play-by-play from the Cardinal.
Yeah, could have got some lessons from Gordon Long, who's there, Adam Long's dad. Boy, can he play?
He's a player. Ball striker.
Yeah.
And I don't know how old he is.
I believe
my
he's
age or older.
I think he's right in your range.
Yeah. Man, can he play?
Yeah, he was a scratch golfer at one time.
Yeah, he must have shot low 70s.
I would imagine in that range, I would guess. Hey, Martin, can you tell the people about Design Air Heating and Cooling, where people can email in for the Design Air email of the day at the morning after at InsideSTL.com?
Longest running TMA sponsor.
Nice.
Only one company can say that, and that is Design Air. Their website is designairservice.com. If the furnace acts up, yes, we could send Doug over and he can flip the breaker, but that's probably not going to fix the HVAC unit. You need the experts, the technicians that are trained at Design Air, and when they get there, they will do the repair without trying to sell you something you don't need. They actually train the employees to do the repairs without the upsell that is so frustrating when you're already upset about the furnace not working. You don't need any added stress. You don't get that at Design Air. There's a reason they have been around since 1904. Seth Goldcamp's team now, 4th generation. So get online, real simple, set up your appointment at designairservice.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour as we broadcast live from Jupiter, Florida Cardinal Clubhouse, opening up here in a matter of moments. Looking forward to having some members of the team joining us coming up in the next segment. This is the morning after. We are broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida for Cardinal Spring Training coverage, brought to you by Sumner One and also by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Watch us on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL and listen on 101 ESPN.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this day back in 1991, the Blues would defeat the Edmonton Oilers 4-2 to pick up their 34th win of the season. Brett Hull would score his 59th goal of the year, 2 minutes and 28 seconds in. The Blues would score another power play goal in the second period. Edmonton would tie it up, but Jeff Courtnall would score back-to-back goals, one on the power play before the second period would end, and one in the third period.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry Chambord, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at Rosalita'sCantina.com.
You wouldn't trust a butcher to babysit your pet pig. You wouldn't trust a lumberjack to repair your antiques. Or a professional wrestler to be your massage therapist. So why would you trust anyone but AMCO to fix your car? For over 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
AA MCO.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29, and it can happen very quickly. At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees at your local St. Louis Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
At First Community, we've been in the business of serving our members since 1934. St. Louis is not just our corporate headquarters, it's the only market we serve. It's also home to nearly 700 employees who have named us a St. Louis top workplace for 13 consecutive years. There are now over 400,000 members of First Community. We're proud of our 90-year history in St. Louis. It's our home and always will be, generation after generation. $1 share account required. Must qualify for membership. Federally insured by NCUA.
Live from Jupiter, Florida, TMA is broadcasting from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. And our spring training coverage from Jupiter, Florida is brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, as we broadcast from Roger Dean Stadium and the Cardinal campus. Doug, sights and sounds here from Jupiter, Florida. We have the Cardinals president of baseball operations. He will be addressing the media in less than an hour right here.
Okay.
And then the manager will be talking it over at approximately 10 o'clock St. Louis time. Cardinal Clubhouse open, and Jackson Burkett is in there, and he said he was going to get Jordan Walker and Eric Fetty. I'm going to short the Jordan Walker play, and my reasoning is I saw him walk out to go work out, and therefore he is not in the clubhouse.
That won't happen anytime soon, but hopefully, either later today, tomorrow, or Friday, we'll be able to get him, hear his thoughts. A lot of other players. The clubhouse just opened, so I expect he'll come out with a reliever, a starting pitcher, infielder, outfielder, or catcher.
So that kind of narrows it down to...
that's what I'm expecting, one of those positions.
Even with the crackle, Timmy sounds amazing. He's a golden boy. That's from Big Blonde Dan in the YouTube chat. And I don't know if we're giving away best YouTube comment. I think we probably should. And that would go to Big Blonde Dan, Doug says. Doug says that was the best YouTube comment.
Because even with the crackle, you still sound like a golden boy.
Yeah. I think I'm about to hit a growth spurt, and that's gonna get this place
That would
going.
help. A lot of people do in their mid-40s. You know, you're 5'9" one day and 6'4" the next. At about age 47 or 8, happens all the time.
That's correct. That's what's going to happen. Hey, I'd like to tell the people about what they have going on at Universal Windows Direct. February is here and love in the air. But if you're not in love with the way your home feels this winter, Universal Windows Direct has the perfect solution with their Love Your Windows sales event. If you're feeling the chills from those drafty windows and watching your energy bills climb, it's time to make a change. Universal Windows Direct has a deal you can't resist. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limit. Need 4 windows, you pay for 2. Need 20, you pay for 10. It's the perfect way to save big while upgrading your home. And that is not all. Universal Windows Direct is offering no interest financing for 3 years. That's 36 months of easy payments with 0% interest. Already have a price from another company. Universal Windows Direct will beat it. So you know you are getting the best deal around. Here's what you'll love. Universal Windows Direct's exclusive Super Spacer technology makes their windows last longer, perform better, and keep your home more comfortable with energy-efficient windows. You'll reduce those sky-high heating bills, enjoy a consistent temperature in every room, and say goodbye to cold drafts for good. Imagine cozying up in your home this winter without worrying about energy costs. That's the comfort and peace of mind you get with Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. That's universalwindowsdirect.com. This February, fall in love with your windows, fall in love with your home, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's Universal Windows Direct.
You might want some windows if you're going to redo part of your house, and that's where Collier & Thompson would come in. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. Doesn't really matter what part of the house you want to redo, whether that's a kitchen where they specialize or a master bathroom. Maybe you want to redo the entire basement. Collier & Thompson is there. What sets them apart is this is a company that you can trust. They've been in business in St. Louis since the 1950s. Their employees have a combined 165 more now, actually have more than 165 years of combined experience in a business where you can't always trust some of the people that you call to tell you they're going to be there, and then they're not. They tell you one price, and that changes. With Collier & Thompson, you always get what they tell you you're going to get. This is a company that you can trust. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug, what a treat we have here on TMA 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channel. It is our pleasure to welcome to the dais for our spring training coverage brought to you by Sumner One and CarStar, your auto body repair experts. The first-round draft pick from the 2024 draft, 7th pick overall. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the show Jonathan David Weatherholt. You might know him as JJ. JJ, okay. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
So here you are at spring training with the Cardinals. First impressions here as a young man.
It's super cool. I mean, it's just kind of like a little bit of starstruck moment just looking over and seeing some of the names in the lockers that you're next to, but also understanding like this is a position that I've worked to be in, and just excited to be here and showcase whatever I can do and really just learn from the guys that have been through it all, and just trying to fall on some of that veteran leadership that helped me so much at school as a freshman, and I hope to help me now.
Yeah, when you say you're starstruck, what are some of the names that you see in there where you go, oh my goodness?
Well, I remember Ryan Helsley, we had similar agencies agency partner. So I remember I was actually out with him at a Ohio State football game like 3 years ago, and this was before I had even really had any traction, and there's no way he has any idea who I am to this day, but I still remember that moment, and then just like, wow, there he is, like right across the room. It's crazy. And just seeing him on TV and everything, and so that's super cool. And then especially too, just also Victor being around has been so helpful for me. Is like, he's a guy that I was with obviously my freshman year at West Virginia, and just being able to talk to him and ask him, you know, how to go about my business, and he's just like such a great guy to learn from. So it's really cool seeing him in there too.
There were a lot of people who thought you might be the first overall pick in the draft, and they're surprised that you were still there when the Cardinals' turn came up. What were you going through when the draft was going? You didn't hear your name called earlier.
Yeah, I mean, kind of as you said, like there were a bunch of projections that thought that I could be there, and I mean, you never really know what teams are thinking about when they're drafting unless you're a part of that team. So I really had no idea what was going to happen. I knew my meetings with the Cardinals went really well, and I actually really enjoyed them. I met with them at the Combine. They were like the one org that had pretty much everybody of the staff there, so I got to meet so many people. I really remember it, honestly. And I was just excited to hear my name called, whatever the case may be. And then turns out that I guess I was #1 on their draft board. And so they really wanted me, and I was just super happy to fall to an org that actually chose me as like the first player. They wanted me no matter what. If whoever else was available, apparently I was their #1, and so that was super big to me. Is I just wanted to go somewhere that really wanted me, and that turned out to be the case.
So in your position, first spring training, but with the expectation that comes with being, as you said, the Cardinals had you put at #1 on their draft board. What is your goal when you're here in Jupiter, Florida, over the next 6 weeks working out with these guys in the major league level?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say there's like a direct goal, but I mean, it's just so many different facets of just learning how to go about business, just being surrounded by guys who have been through the program process and who have been with the org for a while. So just learning from them, and then kind of, as I said, just being able to hopefully produce if I get, you know, any chance to play in certain scenarios. Obviously, I won't know when those arise, so I just got to be ready for whatever, and just being so happy and blessed for that opportunity, and hopefully things go well. But at the main thing, just learn from these guys and be able to be around them for like you said, a couple months that are coming up.
Have they given you any indication yet on where you might start the season? And is there a chance you make the club coming out of spring?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm just really just so excited to be here that that would be amazing, but I definitely probably wouldn't expect that. Just happy to start wherever they put me.
Well, it went well for you at the minor league level last year. Named the Florida State Baseball Player of the Year for a strong week in the month of September, and then also the playoff rounds. What was the experience like getting a chance to play for the first time, and what stood out to you as an adjustment going from level to level?
Yeah, I think probably went about as good as you could ever imagine, just for the short 30 games or so that I played. Started off really hot and then kind of cooled down a little bit and then got it back going again. So it's kind of cool just to see some success, some adversity, and then be able to overcome it. And then we ended up winning the league. So I think being on a good team like that, it's easier to play well just because the guys around you are really trying to win. So I'm super thankful for that. And coaching staff was awesome, and then also being able to kind of get familiar with the facility around here because we stay in this area. Super cool. Playing in the 115-degree humidity weather in Florida wasn't great, but you know, it was super cool. So definitely really fun, and then also the competition level. I mean, you get to see some big league guys that are rehabbing in certain weeks, a bunch of AA guys, AAA guys, whatever the case may be, and then still just some of the players at that level are really good. You know, it's definitely a step up from college, so just trying to find that adjustment level there, and it went well, and I was super happy for it.
J.J. Weatherholt sitting down with us here. He was the 7th overall pick in the 2024 draft, and he's talking it over with us on 101 ESPN. This is The Morning After. You can watch our conversation live right now, youtube.com/TMASTL. So I would be curious for you to share your baseball journey with us to get to this point. Growing up in the Baltimore area?
So I was born in Baltimore. We moved to Pittsburgh when I was like 6 years old. And then settled in a town called Mars, Pennsylvania. So now went from Mars, now we're in Jupiter. So it's kind of crazy when you think it like that. But yeah, so my high school was Mars area. Fighting Planets, that was our mascot.
The Fighting Planets, Doug, I bet you like that.
Yeah,
JJ, Doug's going to love that nickname.
Some good uniform possibilities there.
That's a good one. And it's actually crazy. So we've had David Bednar is closer for the Pirates.
Yeah.
He's from that high school. So his dad was my coach. And then David's younger brother, Will Bednar, who's MVP at Mississippi State. They won the World Series that year. He's with the Giants. He was a first-rounder. So we've actually had some pretty good talent come out of Mars.
Yeah. Thought all the talent grew up like around here in Texas and Arizona.
It's
Mars,
funny.
Pennsylvania, Doug.
Yeah.
That's a hotbed of activity.
So, and then, played there, had a good career at Mars. Committed to West Virginia early. It was my only offer at the time. Potentially could have gotten more, but regardless, it was my only offer. Went to school there, played my freshman year at third base. Then I ended actually at second. Sophomore year is when I had the big year. Played super well then. We had a really good team. That's when I played primarily second base. Then last year, played shortstop at WVU. As we mentioned previously, got hurt, so I missed about like 30 games, 26, I think, 27 games or so. And then came back and played shortstop. Had a really good career at West Virginia. Was able to play in the Cape Cod League for the USA national team. So that was really fun. And then, as you said, got drafted in the first round with the Cardinals, the 7th pick. So it's been a crazy ride. Kind of went from a under-recruited, not highly looked at high school kid to developing in college, getting nationally recognized, and then going in the first round.
What do you think was the key? I mean, you're talking about not really being recruited, and then you're the 7th overall pick, and some had you at the very top of the draft. What were people missing out on, and why were you able to take those leaps forward, JJ?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was a late bloomer of all things, so my tools kind of came in college, but honestly, just trusting the staff there. Like, I grew up just going to the cages with my dad. He didn't know much about developing a baseball player, so we just did hard work together of cages and flips and ground balls and stuff like that. Just kind of what you would do in the olden days. No machines, any of that. The first machine I hit on was in college. So I think being exposed to that level of training and the coaching staff there of development was just huge for me, and I really bought into it. Got really focused and realized this is what I want to do, and made a bunch of sacrifices to do so. But I really think just the exposure to those training elements was able to help me a ton.
You expect to be a shortstop at the major league level when you get here? Mason Wynn might be firmly ensconced there right now, or you have to learn another position?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the focus is to learn shortstop. Obviously, when I hopefully progress and have the opportunity to potentially play on the big league team, wherever that may be, whenever that may be, I'll play left field, right field, whatever the case may be, second base, third base. I kind of just always been like a utility guy, so I would love to play literally wherever, but obviously the focus now is shortstop and progress through the minor leagues and just see how that goes and work on becoming the best shortstop right now.
J.J. Weatherholt, our guest here on TMA, the Cardinal first-round pick, 7th overall in the 2024 MLB draft. A lot of high projection rankings for J.J. Weatherholt, and St. Louis Cardinal fans were going to get a chance to see this guy play. Growing up, were you a Pirates fan, an Orioles fan, somebody else fan? What was going on?
So I'm a Baltimore sports fan, diehard Ravens fan.
Love the Ravens.
Yeah, Orioles fan, but I actually remember going to Pirates games more than anything because I was so young in Baltimore. So yeah. I was a Pirates fan growing up, and it's kind of like we're not Pittsburgh people though. Obviously, being from Baltimore, and it's kind of that's the worst place you could be from if you live in Pittsburgh because there's such rivals of sports teams.
Yeah, that is true with that AFC North.
Yeah, so, but, that's what I grew up watching, the Orioles and Pirates.
Got it.
Who was your guy with the Pirates? Who were the stars when you were a kid?
McKernan
guy,
yeah,
right?
Russell Martin, Pedro Alvarez, Neil Walker. So, yeah, some of those guys were really cool.
Have you got to meet any of them?
I've met Neil Walker before. Yeah.
Do you recall the Cardinals playoff series? You were, super young. 2013 Cardinals Pirates. Doug, let's see, you would have been like 10?
I would have been 10.
Yeah.
I don't remember it, but I do remember going to Pirates games a lot and watching the Cardinals hit a bunch of homers. So,
is that right?
Yeah, we used to go to the games like purposefully when other good teams would be playing just to be able to see something exciting happen when the Pirates are doing well.
It's unfortunately been the life of a Pirates fan for the last few decades. But you guys are loyal because it hasn't been an easy run there with the Pirates. Yeah, they love those Pirates. I'll tell you, they're big Pirates fans in Pittsburgh.
Well,
people think about that they've been bad, but people love the Pirates. They kind of own the sports scene there along with the Steelers. As far as the big league players that you did get a chance to play against when you were playing, and you said you saw some in rehab, who did you get a chance to go up against?
So there were two guys from the Marlins. I honestly don't entirely remember their names, but they were lefties just rehabbing, so they were both really good. And then some of the AA, AAA guys, can't really remember their names, but was the Marlins was like our last series, and so it was fun. Yeah.
Yeah. What separates a guy? Can you tell with their stuff that this guy's a big league guy, and then this guy's still at the A-ball level? What is it?
I mean, you definitely have like stuff outliers of guys with just nasty stuff, but those guys in particular were just more command. So they're attacking with certain pitches, whether it's like they're going to throw sinkers in and four seams away, whatever they're going to do. It's just they have a plan and they're sticking to it, and you can tell.
And going from Division I baseball to the Florida State League, is that a huge jump?
I mean, you definitely see similar talent in the Big 12, but still more consistent in the Florida League for sure.
So you get a bunch of cash when you sign. That's nice. Doug, I've got $6 million. I don't know if that's accurate, JJ. That's a nice hit. First thing that you do with that money, what are we doing with this here?
Not much entirely. I mean, I bought a truck that I had at school. It's actually a dealership in West Virginia. It's called Toothman Ford. So they hook up a bunch of people in West Virginia and athletes and stuff like that. So bought that out from them, and really that's been it, to be honest.
Oh, so look at you. You're pragmatic. you got a good financial. Maybe it's the family advising you properly on how to handle.
I was a finance major in college.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, I have
maybe we can have a talk with you about our own.
Yeah, decent understanding. Still need to graduate though.
I got the same thing going, JJ. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with us. Cardinal fans, I know, are excited about you, but then also interested to hear the kind of guy you are, and obviously good head on your shoulders. Looking forward to seeing you at Busch Stadium sometime in the near future, JJ. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much.
That's JJ Weatherholt with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Appreciate the time. Thank you so much, JJ Weatherholt, the 7th overall pick in the 2024 MLB draft. The Cardinals had him at the top of their board. And Doug, he's been playing all over the infield, but shortstop is the focal point for this guy. A lot of buzz about that JJ Weatherholt.
Oh, yeah. I would imagine that if things go well and he progresses as fast as they have him projected, he'll probably wind up somewhere else, wouldn't you think? Second or third,
considering
probably.
Who's at shortstop right now.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and unless, heaven forbid, he's better than Wynn, it's going to be a hard thing to do. Wynn is borderline Gold Glover. But, as he said, he'll play anywhere. And you can usually, if you can handle shortstop,
then
you can
usually
play
everywhere, and that's the nature of the beast. Yeah, man, that guy is all over baseball projections, and it was cool to get a chance to talk it over with him. JJ Weatherholt, our guest here on TMA. We're broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. Your Stiefel dossier is the following. We have seen Rick Horton sitting down with us. JJ Weatherholt, the Cardinal Clubhouse, open for another 40 minutes. Then John Mozeliak is going to be addressing the media out here for his first session coming up at 9:30 St. Louis time, and then Ali Marmol at 10 o'clock St. Louis time. It is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour right now on 101 ESPN. Watch the program. 388 people are doing so at youtube.com/TMASTL. Jackson Burkett rejoins us now.
Hey, fellas.
Well, hello, Jackie.
We'll have pitcher Michael McGreevy coming on here in about 5 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's going to come out. He's a very nice sort. That's how I describe
You're getting along with everybody in there.
Trying to. Well, you know.
Who are you sideways with? Who's really a burr in your saddle? Who bothers you in show
Nobody,
business?
really. No, I mean, I've only talked to a handful of players, but everyone's been really, really nice, you know. The inviting clubhouse, and where I'm trying to get an inviting vibe over here, I think it's simpatico.
Simpatico.
Doug didn't like that.
Okay,
but I know you loved JJ Weatherholt's his high school team named the Mars Planets.
That's outstanding. He's been great.
It was like the battling planets. Is that what he said? Something about
the fighting planets.
Fighting planets. That's a good one.
So Michael McGreevy going to join us coming up on the other side of our commercial break. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
I'm here with longtime friend of the show and sponsor James from Carlton State Farm Insurance. In this digital age, how much time do you waste fighting through the bots? When it comes to your insurance, I can promise you there's a better way.
Get a quote from my team by going online at carltoninsurance.net and start saving today.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off and 0% financing. SwissAirSTL.com.
Craving great food? Schatzi's Bar and Grill in South County has it all. Just 1 block north of Tesson Ferry in Lindbergh. The home of the Brain Sandwich is famous for the pizza and delicious soups, salads, sandwiches, and more. With daily lunch specials and dinner deals Monday through Thursday. Catch happy hour Monday to Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. with drink and appetizer specials. Open late with free parking and carry out available. Learn more at Schatzis.com. Schatzis Bar and Grill, a South County tradition proudly supported by Kuna Food Service.
Football season is over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Illinois. From college basketball, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Illinois isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line split, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Illinois app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you've been hurt in an accident, you need a law firm that wins. Onder wins. For over 100 years, Onder Law has been winning for St. Louis. With over $5 billion in negotiated settlements and over $300 million in verdicts, Onder wins. Voted best law firm by STL Today 2 years in a row, Onder wins. Whether it's settlements, verdicts, or awards, Onder wins. If you've been hurt in a car accident, trucking accident, or hurt on the job, Onder Law will get you the money you deserve. At Onder Law, winning is what we do. So when the stakes are high, Onder wins. Call us today for a free consultation. We don't get paid unless we win for you. Dial 314 or 6189-million. That's 314 or 6189, then all zeros. Or visit us online at onderwins.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results. Every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
I'm Dr. TJ from the Institute of Natural Health. I'm inviting you to check out our show, Wellness 101, every Sunday at 7 a.m. right here on ESPN. On Wellness 101, we talk about how to optimize your health as well as all things health-related. We discuss how to take control of your health by being your own health advocate, and we offer practical tips for you to become the healthiest you possible. On Wellness 101, we cover topics like optimizing hormones, thyroid health, gut function, cardiovascular health, sexual health and performance, and many more. So join Aaron and me every Sunday for Wellness 101 at 7 a.m. on ESPN.
Jamie, did you know that my family's been in the car business for over 80 years?
That's a heck of a run, Johnny. I know one thing. I have been very satisfied as a customer of yours for over 25 years. I can't imagine buying a vehicle anywhere else.
Are you kidding me? When you buy a vehicle from our family, you can be sure you'll get the best price and the best service.
Price brings people in, Johnny, but it's your team's commitment to great service that keeps them coming back.
Stop in today or shop 24/7 at Londoff.com. Everyone's a winner at Johnny Londoff Chevrolet.
Johnny Londoff Chevrolet.
Don't miss Banner Construction's winter home event. Book now for spring and beat the price increases on James Hardy siding, plus savings on beautiful Pella windows. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a Banner day.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Jim Butler, Chevy Powerhouse, best price and selection's what we're all about.
No, we still have the classic jingle, right?
Jim Butler is the Chevy Powerhouse.
Together, let's drive at JimButlerChevrolet.com.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Slim Reaper became the 8th player in NBA history to score 30,000 points last night, joining LeBron, Kareem, Karl Malone, Kobe, Michael Jordan, Dirk Nowitzki, and Wilt Chamberlain in that club. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tune in right now, Doug. on that YouTube channel because it's All-Star season around here, brother.
Well, it sure feels like it.
Yeah, you know why it is?
Because the Cardinals' only All-Star from last year is with us right now.
Ryan Helsley sitting down at the TMA dais here at Cardinal Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida, as the coverage brought to you by CarStar Auto Body Repair and Sumner One. Ryan, welcome to the morning after.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, you said, boy, I've never had an official setup like this, Doug. He was impressed by what Jackson had prepared for him.
Yeah, this is legit.
Yeah, look at that. How about that, Doug?
Must be very exciting. An All-Star game and everything. This probably tops it all, doesn't it?
This is up there for sure.
We just had J.J. Weatherholt in the 7th overall pick, and he was sitting with us in the previous segment, and he said he was starstruck when he walked into the club. I said, oh, so whose name, when you looked up there, kind of was intimidating. He said, when I saw Helsley's name, I was like, how about that? What is that? Now you're the guy that's...
You're going to make me blush right here on camera, man. I've never had that happen before. I actually know JJ a little bit. I met him, I think, before he got to West Virginia.
Yeah.
He's been talked about, in the circle we had, and so I know him a little bit, and I think he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, high upside with him. How are you enjoying now? I mean, you're kind of more in the veteran mode around here. It happens quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I was thinking about that, with like a week left of the offseason. It's like, I look at the wall. We have, all the Cardinal debuts and stuff, and I'm number 1 on the far right now, and it's like, man, is that a good thing or a bad thing that I'm getting older, But, I'm thankful and blessed with where I am, and I'm excited for this year.
Did you notice, Tim, when I brought him over after some TV, I said I kind of work with these guys. I sheepishly admitted to being part of the show because I didn't know how it was going to play out.
Yeah, Martin kind of distanced
stepped
himself
away a little bit
from this program. I did notice it.
But I was asking Ryan about it. Part of the deal is, and I don't know if you brought it up, but like the trade rumors, how do you, as players, do you call your agent? Do you call Mo? How do you deal with that?
I thought you were getting traded, so I was wrong.
You and me both. I really thought I was. When they came out, the last month of the season and said, next year is going to look a little different, I thought for sure I wasn't going to be a Cardinal anymore. But yeah, it's looking at trade rumors, you just got to, lean on your agent. It's kind of why you hire them because there's a lot of stuff on Twitter and social media. So I try my best not to pay attention to it, but you got, family and friends and everybody sending you all kinds of stuff and texting you and calling, So everybody's got their opinion out there, but just try to, roll with it.
So, is your hope, though, to stay? I mean, when you've been with the organization as long as are you thinking, hey, I hope it doesn't happen? Or
yeah, for sure. There's a lot of Cardinal greats and, being on the list, the things I did last year, I would love to stay here and, be here for the long run. But I know, it's a business at the end of the day and, they have their plans and stuff that they want to do.
The fact that they haven't traded you must mean that they think they got a shot this year to be competitive.
I think so. We got a lot of young guys who are unproven, so to speak, but have, high ceilings and are very capable of, carrying a team, in my opinion. And, Jordan Walker and Nolan Gorman, who could easily hit 30-plus homers, and if Lars Newbar could stay healthy, too, that guy's got a lot of talent. So I think we'll be good, and I think we'll be better than people are giving us credit for.
Sometimes athletes are motivated. We were making reference, Quinn Matthews sat down with us, and it sounds like he still has an edge about where he was picked. Famously, I think, whether it be Michael Jordan getting cut from his high school team, Aaron Rodgers in the draft, all of these things can motivate guys. And you guys certainly are not expected to have the kind of year that we are used to with Cardinals over the last 25 years. Victor Scott sat down with us yesterday, Ryan, and he said, we are young and we are hungry. And then he accidentally said, we are youngry. And so now we're just using that over and over and ask guys about it. You're in the position, number one, you've had incredible success in the game, but number two, now kind of in a veteran spot with a young team. How do you assess what the mindset is for the team with the Cubs being picked to win the division? The whole world talks about what the Dodgers are doing, and you guys with the projections that you have. How do you guys talk about it? How do you assess it?
Yeah, I think just, going out there, and a lot of these guys, haven't been in the big leagues for a full season, and it can be a grind, and just making sure that they know, we're going to take it one day at a time, and we just got to show up and be ready to play. Anything can happen on a daily basis, and we just got to, dig in the dirt for 9 innings and, be scrappy and, figure out how to win ball games. I think we have the talent, top to bottom on the roster to do it. We might not be as flashy as the Dodgers or, Phillies, the Yankees and stuff like that. But I think we got guys, that can definitely contribute, and we saw a lot of guys step up last year in the bullpen, and I think that can be a strength for us again.
Speaking of stepping up, you had a fantastic season, Major League leading 49 saves. Was there something that clicked in for you or something that brought you to your prime right now?
Yeah, I think just, last spring I talked to one of the writers, and, I'd never truly been the ninth inning guy. I'd kind of pitch 7th and 8th or come in 1 plus, here and there. So I never was in that true closer role where you're available every single day, for every opportunity. And, looking back in the September of 23, I'd missed like 2.5 months, and I came back and I had 7 saves in September. And me and one of the writers, Derek Gould, were talking, and he was like, if you stretch that over a full season, that's, 49 opportunities, 42 saves. And that's a lot of opportunities, and lo and behold, I think I had like 54 chances last year, 53, and obviously had a decent year, and I'm very thankful for that. But I think that was part of it, just embracing that role, that 1-inning role, and I was going to take the ball whenever they called my name.
What's the adrenaline when Hell's Bells is playing at Busch? The lights go up and down. I mean, is there anything that compares to that? I mean, we play music coming back from a break, and we get kind of fired up.
Yeah,
maybe compare the two.
Yeah, communards are really good.
Yeah, I think I played football in high school, so I mean that's the closest thing I can compare to. It's like running out under the lights, as an 18-year-old with all your buddies and your best friends at that time, and I think that adrenaline rush you feel is really comparable to something like that. You go out there, and for me personally, it's like you got to kind of tone it down a little bit before you get on the mound, because you get so amped up, you almost feel weightless out there sometimes. So you got to kind of take a few deep breaths and pump the brakes a little bit.
What position did you play in football? I bet you could throw a football.
I could. We had a good quarterback. He actually went to Memphis out of high school. I was receiver and safety though. We had a solid little team for a small school.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Did some work in Oklahoma.
Yeah. We were solid.
Deep threat or over the middle receiver?
Not deep. Yeah, just kind of more of a. I was fast, like in a straight line. I wasn't too shifty, like I could move.
You weren't going to be juking people?
No. I had one direction, and I was just going to go, and but I like safety the best. We had a good defense, so.
We were talking to Luke and Baker yesterday, and I said, how did you not play football? Texas? He's a mountain of a man. I said, wouldn't he have been if you saw him coming around the middle? Like, holy crap.
Yeah. I mean, that guy's got D1 All-American, guard written all over him,
Right now, we were looking at the rankings for the prospects going back to 2015, and they hit on you, man. You were in that top 10 in 15, 16, 17, 18. When you were coming up and you were coming here for the first time, who were the guys that were kind of mentoring you? Because there were some big names on that pitching staff.
Yeah, Wayno was definitely big.
Always goes back to Wayno.
I was going to say that's kind of a cop-out answer. But
yeah, but I mean, it's a good one.
It is.
He was so
it
good.
is. He's been instrumental, for me. Another non-player is Izzy. He's been big for me in my career. We talk a lot and, keep dialogue throughout the season here.
And what kind of things with those guys? Because Wainwright, of course, many know him as a starter, but he closed out a World Series, closed out an NLCS famously at Shea Stadium. What kind of things were they telling you when you were a young player with the expectations that you had?
Yeah, so when I first came to camp, I really couldn't throw any off speed to save my life. When I was in college, I went to a small school, obviously, and just ripped 95 fastballs out of 100 pitches in a game at guys, because I threw so hard. And
you were on the Lance Lynn business model.
Exactly. And then, I got here, and they're like, hey, if you want to go to a full season team, you better learn to throw something else for a strike, So Izzy taught me the spike curveball, and I threw it all spring and got a pretty decent feel for it, and actually had a good year that year with it. But yeah, another guy that was big for me in the bullpen was Andrew Miller. He was here for 3 years. He was huge for me talking to him, and that guy was one of the best relievers in about a 4 or 5 year stretch for a while there.
Ryan Helsley sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN, and you can watch the conversation youtube.com/TMASTL. Cold, wintry weather in St. Louis. Watch our spring training coverage here on 101 ESPN. 382 people in there right now talking it over. So you get that advice coming up from Issinghausen, Wainwright, Andrew Miller. Now you're in that spot in the bullpen a little bit as one of the leaders, a two-time All-Star. What do you tell guys that you see coming up?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I've learned is, we all have, I don't want to say idols, but people who we look up to, and try to emulate in the game. I think you need to take stuff from everybody, and be your own person in a sense. And I think that's one thing that's helped me be good is not try to be Adam Wainwright or be Izzy, but maybe pick something up from Adam and Izzy and, Andrew Miller taught me how to set up, my workout schedule throughout the week, so I always work out Tuesday, Friday, no matter what, so I make sure that I stay in the weight room and stay on top of stuff. So just trying to learn from everybody and, I think picking a little bit and put it in your basket, to create your own you.
It must be working. I see from your stats you were in 65 games last year. Can you go any more than that? Is that about it? Is that about the limit?
I think I could. I think I could. Yeah, that is a lot of games, but I felt great last year. Obviously, every year is different, and hopefully I feel great again. There's a couple times throughout the year I think I went like 8 days without pitching. So like if you sprinkle 2 more in right there, you're sitting right at 70. So, but if you're doing that, you're throwing basically every other day, which is a ton in baseball. That's a lot. That's a lot,
especially when you're gassing it like you are.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I always hear about Isringhouse. You talked about Isringhouse. And when I was doing television, we'd be in the clubhouse on a regular basis. You'd give up, blow a save, and there was like this mentality that they truly do close the door. When it happens, it doesn't happen much, obviously, but how does that impact you? Have you been taught mentally how to approach it when it does happen?
You really have to be able to turn the page, especially in baseball, because you play so many games and have so few off days. You don't have a week to study film and go over it. And, that's one of the beauties of the game, too, is you have another chance the next day to go out there. And I think the biggest thing, for closers and baseball players alike is just, trying to learn from your mistakes, not trying to dwell on it, and, just trying to tell yourself that you have another opportunity the next day. And, if you're worried about something but that moment, you're probably not going to give yourself the best chance to succeed. Yeah.
How much fun is it to close out a game and none of the media really wants to talk to you, blow a save, and you got 20 guys around your locker room?
Right, yeah, you got a lot of guys. When you blow a save, the whole media is there, waiting to come ask you something. But
why'd you throw that pitch, Ryan?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are some great questions. This is the most important question you're going to answer, and I can promise you that. Do you prefer the red cap on the road or the Navy cap on the road? Thank you, Jackson's applauding me for asking that question.
I'm a huge fan of the Navy, honestly. I love it.
Unbelievable. And there's a standing ovation now.
I like the Navy.
You can't tell because I got a height problem, but that's the right answer. I don't know what this red cap thing is, but I love to hear your endorsement. As an all-star, good for you.
I love the Navy. I think we should just embrace that on the road. I think that would be awesome.
There you go.
Do you have any sway? Do they ever ask the players what they'd really wear?
That was a quick answer.
Yeah, no. We just show up and got the jerseys in there, and we know what we're wearing that day.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's all you got to worry about. Well, man, thanks so much for sitting down with us, Ryan. Best of luck this year, and we appreciate the time this morning.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys.
That's Ryan Helsley here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. We'll take a break. Come back with more here on TMA.
Jamie Rivers here, and this week I am giving away a signed Colton Parayko number 55 jersey away. It is awesome. Big old Colt 55, that slap shot from the blue line. Now you can wear the same jersey that he wears, and it's signed. And all you have to do to get entered to win this autographed jersey is go to 101ESPN.com or visit 101, the mobile app powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention lovebirds. Valentine's Day is almost here, and Diamonds Direct has the gifts to wow your special someone. From dazzling diamonds and trending gold to vibrant gemstones, pearls, even timepieces. With hundreds of stunning styles under $1,000 and an exquisite collection of one-of-a-kind luxury pieces. Make your moment unforgettable. The best selection, value, and service are waiting for you. Make this Valentine's unforgettable with fine jewelry for every budget. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
Enjoy clear vision without contacts and glasses with LASIK surgery. Trust WashU Medicine's experts for this quick, affordable, life-changing procedure. Special pricing now through March 31st. Book your free consultation with WashU Medicine at lasik.washu.edu.
101 ESPN has
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. Live spring training coverage here on the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and our spring training coverage this week is presented to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Already joined by J.J. Weatherholt and Ryan Helsley. And Doug, look who's sitting down at the picnic table with us right now. It's Michael DBA Mike McGreevy here on 101 ESPN in the morning after. What's up, Mike?
Thanks for having me, you guys.
Did it feel better when I said Mike?
Yeah.
Now we're starting to bond a little bit.
Oh yeah, Mike, Michael, who cares?
It doesn't matter.
I still respond. I still respond.
Mike McGreevy sitting down with us here on TMA 101 ESPN, and now you kind of got a couple camps under your belt. What are you seeing in the clubhouse here with the boys? I mean, you know all these guys.
Yeah.
You got a chance to play with them, but now you guys are kind of moving up the ranks here with the young team.
Yeah, it's so cool, especially in the debut. Like you think like Pedro Pajas is catching me. Like I grew up in AA with this guy. Mason Wynn I've been with since high A. You got all these guys that I know, and now I'm playing the big leagues with them, and now we're back at camp, and it's just so great to see everybody. You know, you miss them in the off season and stuff, but it's just so great to be back with everybody.
Yeah.
You really tore it up last year in the little bit you were in the major leagues. Had a lot of Cardinal fans saying, "Wait a minute, where has this guy been all year? Why were you able to come in and excel?"
Yeah,
so quickly and apparently easily.
Yeah, it's definitely not
easy.
Definitely not easy. That's for sure. You know, when I got called up, I initially thought I got traded because it was right before the trade deadline.
Yeah, it wasn't it?
Called me up for just for a spot start before they had like a 14, I think, game stretch. So I knew I was going down right after. So I think I was able to stay calm in the moment because I knew that if I pitched bad, I was going down. If I pitched well, I was going down. So just had nothing really to lose, and when I was out there, just tried to slow the game down, not make it bigger than it was, and you know, we had some success.
Take me back to that moment where I guess when you get a phone call and you're thinking, oh man, this is the call, I'm going to who knows where. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, so we were in Durham, and I was scheduled to pitch that Tuesday, but that Monday they pushed me back, and Tuesday at 5 p.m. is the trade deadline.
So when you get pushed back, are you thinking something's doing?
I'm like, oh,
you're not thinking major leagues.
I'm not thinking major leagues whatsoever. I'm like, crap. They're gonna they're like dangling me. They're dangling Michael McGreevy in front of other teams right now. Like, we got to make a playoff push. Here we go. Like, dang it, I don't want to leave my friends. Like, dang, that stinks. And then the next day, I get a call from Ben Johnson, our manager in AAA again. He's like, hey, Greaves. I'm like, oh, geez. Like, I just got traded. Oh no. And he's like, oh, I got some news for you. I'm like, all right, what team? He's like, no, better. You're going to the bigs. I'm like, oh.
Are you in the room by yourself?
I was in the room with Connor Thomas at the time. I had just come back from breakfast, and I'm like, I was speechless. I'm like, oh. He's like, all right, well, it's probably just for the one day. Pack up. Your flight leaves in 2 hours. Go get your stuff at the field, and, you know, we'll probably see you like on Friday when you get back. I'm like, all right. So took off, and next thing I knew, it was in St. Louis. Then I couldn't go to the field that day to throw because like they hadn't made the optioning move. So I was telling Chip Carey at the Cardinals Caravan, I was getting my scouting reports of the Texas Rangers sitting at the hotel bar, like eating a steak and Caesar salad, watching Corey Seager take hacks off Lance Lynn. And I'm like, oh geez, I need to lock in here. Like, oh no, I play the Texas Rangers tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome. So you finally are able to share the information with friends, family that you're going to the big leagues. Who's the first person you get on the phone with?
So I called my little brother because I thought he was at school up in Santa Barbara. So I want to call him first, give him the most time to, you know, make his way back down to San Clemente. And it's like 6 a.m. his time. He's like, dude, what? I'm like,
he was annoyed.
I'm like, what? He's like, what? I'm like, I just got called. He's like, what? And like, just immediately woke up. And all I hear is my mom like, what? I'm like, you're home? He's like, yeah, I came home. Like, he had a dentist appointment. I'm like, oh, geez. He's like, tell mom. So then, like, within 5 seconds, like, my mom's in the room. Like, my dad's getting changed for work. And then he's like, I'm not going to work today. They're hopping on a flight, call the girlfriend, call the grandparents and stuff, and then they were able to make it out.
Had to be one of the most memorable moments of your life to be able to tell that your family.
So
huh?
cool. Yeah, extremely rewarding experience, especially for them as well. You know, I'm so thankful for them kind of, you know, taking me to all those baseball practices, all those games. So it meant a lot to be able to tell them.
And then you get to the big league clubhouse. What's that moment like, walking in there and seeing the names, seeing the jersey for the first time? Yeah,
so walk in, and the first thing that anyone says to me besides, hi, Kyle Gibson, is like, are you nervous? I'm like, no. Like,
Were you BSing him?
No, because I know I'm going down. I'm like,
yeah, so you're at peace, I guess.
I was pretty much at peace.
You can get rocked.
I could get rocked and go down, and say like, oh, it was just a spot start. I didn't get enough time. I could have totally used that excuse, but he's like, you're lying. You're an effing liar. I'm like, dude, I'm not. He's like, oh my gosh, it's first day and he's lying.
We got a liar.
Yeah, but I was all good. I was able to eat breakfast like right then and there, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna get warm. Here we go.
Was there ever a moment in the whole thing where it kind of hit you like, oh man, like walking out on the field the first time you're getting ready, looking in?
Yeah, it was. I think it was walking out to the field to walk over to the bullpen, start playing catch. I'm like, it's a lot bigger than AutoZone Park in Memphis, Tennessee, that's for sure. But it was super cool. You know, try not to look up too much. We had this kid, Noah, is a super fan out in Memphis. He's this like 7-8-year-old kid, knows all of our names down in AAA. All I hear is, hi, Michael. I'm like, and I look up in the stands and little Noah is in there. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, he was there.
I'm like, no way. Like him and his dad. I'm like, this is so cool.
Oh, they made the trip.
Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
cool. So it was super cool seeing a lot of people there as well. So like seeing my family, seeing even little Noah out there. I'm like, all right. Like,
now you're at home.
I'm all right.
Well, most importantly, the outing. I mean, you deal.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I mean,
I was like, whoa.
I surprised myself.
I did. I really did.
What were you on that day? I mean, you know, like from the first inning, like, okay, I got it today. This isn't going to intimidate me. I'm ready. How do you know?
I didn't really feel like I was on. Like, I mean, obviously, when you get to the 4th, 5th inning, no runs. All right. I mean, we're having a good day. Knock on wood. But
now you're mad that you're going to get sent.
Yeah,
I belong here.
Exactly. But from the get-go, I'm like, you know, the common misconception is like, oh, I have to be even nastier now that I'm in the big leagues. I have to throw it harder. I have to make my curveball break more. I have to do this. I have to do that. And all I was trying to tell myself is like, hey, just throw strikes. Just attack these guys. Like, hitters get themselves out sometimes. Like, you know, the best hitter in the world, like, maybe not as often as the minor league guys, but they're still going to get out.
Yep.
Like, it's the hardest thing to do in sports. Just go after them. And that worked.
Do you have one pitch or one moment where you thought, well, yes, I really do belong here? He was fooled by that. Maybe I got more than I thought I had.
Maybe the last pitch where he grounded out in the 7th inning when I knew I was done. I'm like, all right, there we go. I belong here now.
And you can exhale.
Yeah, I could exhale. Like Pedro like shakes my hand, puts his arm over me. I'm like, okay, I think I'm done.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's 110 degrees out, feeling like it's 70. The second I'm done, though, I'm like, okay, it feels like 110.
Now, yeah, the adrenaline wears off.
And now back to Memphis, and maybe you can carpool with Noah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mike McGreevy sitting down with us here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Watch our conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. So now you got that under your belt. You got the time in St. Louis. What were you saying? 14 days? Is that the official 14 days?
I think the official thing is 14
days.
2 weeks.
Experience. But now you got that. Now they know that you can do it. You already knew you could do it. So what does that set up for your mindset as you're here in Jupiter this year, going into the 25 season?
Yeah, it's just never lose confidence here. Like, especially in spring training, you're trying to earn a job, trying to build up as well. But we're all competing for a job here. And if there's ever a moment where, I didn't have my best stuff, I was like, no, like, flush it, and then you got tomorrow to prove it.
Yeah.
So just go out there, proving it every day, and believe in myself, and sticking to the routine. And, you know, whatever decisions like the higher ups make for me, like, I just want to do my job and pitch.
Have they told you that they're counting on you to win a spot in the rotation here when camp breaks?
Nothing's really been told, besides the fact, like, hey, come in ready. Come in ready, and that's about all I really need. Like, I don't need anybody to tell me, like, hey, come in, win a job. We want you to do this. We want you to do that. It's like I have my own expectations. Be the pitcher I know I am and compete.
I would imagine, though, you come in here, and maybe I'm wrong, with more confidence because you now have done it versus where you were walking in here, say, in February of 2024.
Yeah, like the last 2 big league camps have been great. Like getting experience from Wainwright, Flaherty, like Sonny here, like Lance, Gibby. And this year it feels more realistic. Like, hey, like I have a very good shot to make the roster opening day. But then seeing that, like, reality, but also like, hey, like, don't focus on that right now. It's day at a time here. Just go out and compete.
How about this? The YouTube chat, you can see them in here. They're watching. How about this? Old Brandon Baker. I like this dude.
There we go.
I like the perspective you're giving. Yeah, you're shooting from the hip, and I like that. So you guys are in a different spot, at least for fans. Cardinals, playoffs, regulars, and so on and so forth. This year, I'm sure you're aware of it, the expectations a little different. At the same time, the makeup in the clubhouse is different. Got some younger guys getting opportunities, haven't had a chance to prove themselves at the major leagues. How do you approach it, especially since you know all these guys? I'm sure you talk about it. People are talking about the Cubs, their 90-win projection. Yeah. Of course, the Dodgers. How do you guys approach it? What's the mindset inside of that clubhouse?
Yeah, I mean, day one, I've been here for, I think, 3 hours now. But I think for myself looking at it and, like, how I think this year can go, like, and the amount of young guys we have, how long I've been with them in the minor leagues, guys like Mason, Jordan, Zach Thompson, Graceffo, knowing Quinn for a while since high school, I think there's a great opportunity for us to set a good foundation, set a good tone, and create a good group of young guys for years to come to get back to that Cardinal way of just, expected playoffs every year, expected this, expected that. This is the expectation. We play good, hard-nosed baseball. And I think we have all the right guys right now, especially with the young talent we have.
Yeah, you can be the next foundation for the new generation.
Exactly.
All these guys that you grew up with, going through it with.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's an outstanding opportunity. Mike McGreevy sitting down with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. We appreciate the time. We appreciate the conversation. Best of luck this year, man. And thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to join us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
That's Mike McGreevy, kind enough to sit down with us here on 101 ESPN and on the YouTube, where they're big fans of Mike McGreevy here on 101 ESPN.
Go Cardinals.
Yeah, there it is. Mike McGreevy with us here, youtube.com/TMASTL spring training coverage. Brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and also by Sumner One. Martin, you're grabbing the headphones. You got a little anecdote here to
No, I'm sorry I missed the YouTube. They're always chiming in with great comments. I'm glad that the Cardinal players...
They're a fan of this man.
He's a great talker, great pitcher, friendly guy. What more do you want?
Let me tell you something. I can already tell you this. 15 years when it's all done, you're going to be broadcast. Are you interested in that?
Hope so. I mean, definitely good opportunity.
Doug, you would advise him to get into the
industry. So much money you won't want anything to do with any of this.
I'm seeing what I'm seeing the money Tom Brady's making. It's like, oh my goodness,
$375 million.
Sign me up.
Mike McGreevy here with us here on 101 ESPN. We'll take a break. More TMA. This is TMA and 101 ESPN. YouTube.com/TMASTL.
We want to hear from you. Use the Scott Lee Mic Drop feature on the 101 mobile app. Give us your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry chambour, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Race to savings at Menards and start updating your home today. We have what you need to give your bathroom a fresh, updated look. Shop Menards' great selection of bathroom products from American Standard. No matter the size of your bathroom, American Standard offers a superior line of toilets, faucets, sinks, and bathtubs. Complete your bathroom update today with American Standard. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com and race to savings on all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. Since 1991, St. Louis has served as the gateway to the best men's basketball tournament. Arch Madness. Experience buzzer beaters, madness, and Missouri Valley Conference glory. And it begins here. The 2025 State Farm MVC Men's Basketball Tournament, presented by Credit Union One and Great Southern Bank, tips off March 6th through the 9th. Celebrate 35 years of Arch Madness. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
If you're the victim of a car accident or suffered a work injury in St. Louis, you want attorneys who live here and work here to handle your case. You want someone who knows St. Louis and is about St. Louis. You want Kaufman Townsley. We settle only when it's in your best interest, and when it's not, we go to trial. And nobody has more experience than our attorneys. Experience that pays off for you. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers.
Nissan Herculaneum, they always have great deals going on, and right now they got their Love at First Drive sales event. It's throughout the month of February, so over 700 new and used vehicles, all in one location, all out in Herculaneum, with heavily discounted prices on every vehicle in stock. We're talking about new Nissans discounted up to $10K off. We're talking sales prices starting under $23,000 on select models. 0 down and no payments for 3 months on select used vehicles, or no payments for 6 months. That's right, no payments for 6 months on select new Nissans right now at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Plus, great low financing rates with terms of up to 84 months. 2025 Nissan models coming with free lifetime warranty and 3 free oil changes. Plus, you get that peace of mind with their 30-day return promise. It's all available out in Herculaneum. Tell them Stalter sent you. Auto Centers Nissan, and check them out online, autocentersnissan.com.
Broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
Welcome back. This is the morning after 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And when we are in Jupiter, Florida, it is presented to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Watch the program, and you can do so at youtube.com/TMASTL. Joined so far on today's program by J.J. Weatherholt, Ryan Helsley, and Mike McGreevy. And right now, Doug, it is our pleasure to welcome to TMA future star Tink Hence. What's up, Tink?
How we doing? I appreciate y'all for having me.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for joining us here on the program. And you've been down here a bunch. How long you were? October through December? Went up to Atlanta for a little bit, then back down you go?
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of like home away from home now.
Almost. It feels like anyway. I was really excited to get back down. I kind of wanted to come a little earlier, but was trying to finish a couple things I was trying to clean up on the mound. So I was like, I just kind of relaxed, and when I get here, I should be ready to go. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I bet.
Were you throwing the whole time you were down here? Working out the whole time? Actually, so when I first worked out maybe like 2 or 3 weeks without throwing, because I was kind of slowing down from the season and kind of making sure everything was good. And then once I got here and kind of built some strength and kind of got on top of my the things I was trying to clear up as far as like making sure that I'm pretty loose, get my range of motion back. I mean, I start the toss and kind of build my way into it. And I feel like when I got to Atlanta, I was at a great state to start getting on the mound and just start to really see how I feel. So
It's got to be cool to see a bunch of young guys as part of this club. You walk in that clubhouse now, man. This is a different vibe than probably the first time you were in here, huh?
Nah, yeah, for sure. A lot of these guys I was with in the FCL, so just to even look around and see the guys that's still around and that's doing their thing. I mean, and then you look at the big league team and you see it kind of shrink it down a little bit, but it's still those guys that I kind of seen before they even got to the show. So, I mean, just to seeing what they're doing now and just seeing them become the leaders that they're trying to become at the big level.
Tank Hent sitting down with us here on TMA. McGreevy was just sitting down with us right before you came over, Tank, and he said now we have the opportunity to be the foundation for the next generation of Cardinal baseball, these guys that you've been playing with at the minor league level. The opportunity is there for you guys. And sometimes with the Cardinals, because the organization had a bunch of guys go to Cooperstown, much less be superstars, that opportunity, you could be blocked.
Yeah.
Now the opportunity is there. How do you individually view it, and how do you think your teammates view it?
I think it's just, I mean, it's just not I can't say just it's joy to have no older guys, but I think it's we just really excited for the opportunity. I know a lot of guys, you know, Baker got a chance to go up and down. I feel like it just been, we have so much talent in the minor leagues that it's tough to really get a chance to show just because the team is always good and always at the top of the line. So I think this is a good opportunity for us. I mean, just to take advantage of and just we got to respect the organization for trusting this process and giving us this. So I think we just got to go by it the same way we have and just really be more focused. I know we have to step up way more than we have had to in the past. So I think it's really exciting to have a goal that's out there. And it's for us to go get. So it's I'm really excited. I'm sure all the other guys are. I got a chance to watch Graceffo, McGreevy, Roycroft, Leahy, Ludus, all those guys that I played, not just played with, but been around in spring training before and going through the process of going down and all that. So I think it's good to go and see them have the success that they had up there and just play the game they love. So,
so many of the pitchers you see in the major leagues now are 6'4", 6'5", 230 pounds. They look like they throw the ball 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Hey, you're obviously not a huge guy. Have you always just had a natural ability to throw the ball really hard?
I always had a good arm. I think it was just, I think as I got older, I kind of seen like what was the thing that made me really be able to throw that hard. I think it's just, for me, it's just being relaxed and then just treating it like a whip, just being smooth and.
Oh, I like that.
Just,
treating it like a whip.
And at the end, just let it go. So I think that's been the best thing for me. I find myself sometimes, even since being in pro ball, I kind of get away from it, and I can see the velo change and that. So I'm just really just trying to make sure I take care, keep my body healthy, and then just. I think when being relaxed takes a lot of stress off my arm, and that gives me the action that I want. So.
Tank Hent's kind enough to sit down with us here as we are broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you, Martin Kilcoyne doing some of his television responsibilities. You can watch us at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tank, take a look at this. We get all these texts during the show. One of the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, Mark Hahn, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, writes this: Tank Hent's has amazing charisma, future face of the franchise.
Oh,
how about that? How about that, Doug? That's from Mark Hahn, and he's a sponsor. How about that? What do you think about that, Tank?
I mean, I see all the love. I know I had a chance to go to the Caribbean again. I mean, it's exciting every time I get out here, and then especially spring training, I feel like it's the best time. I know it's early mornings, but just to be out here and be able to play ball again, and then once everything gets started, you have the fans out here, and you just seeing all smiles. So I think spring training is the perfect time for all smiles. I know during the season is long and a lot of up and downs, but I think here is fresh start. We're going into it with New Year and just excited.
How did you get the nickname Tink? What did you do to get that?
It came a long way. My mom used to call me Stinker. And then my dad, he didn't like that for too long, so it went to Tinker. And then before you know it, was just Tink. And, I mean, it just kind of ran. I mean, it got to the point my teachers calling me Tink at school. I'm signing paper at school and putting Tink on it. It just kind of ran and stuck, and I feel like, I mean, I'm just trying to build it up as I can. I know my dad say, like, we all got the same last name, but it's on you to kind of build your own name in a certain way, and always just make sure you keep it looking good. So
strong family presence for you growing up in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Tank, what, older brothers played ball, right?
Yeah.
Played at UAPB.
Yes, sir.
So you were playing growing up. I mean, are you are you in another class? And you can say it. I mean, you're at the major league level here, at major league camp. Were you at another class growing up? Did everybody kind of know, like, oh man, this guy's got game. We got to keep an eye on him because we know his brothers are good. How was it for you growing up?
I kind of give a lot of respect to my dad because, like, before I was really playing, like, people was always like the Hens boys. So they called us the Hens boys, and everybody knew around the city knew we played baseball. And then, like, as we kind of got older and older, and me playing in the little leagues, and people find just me doing what I did, then I think eventually it got to the point where, I mean, I was walking around and people thought I was this and that. And then I go out of town, there's people throwing harder than me, hitting the ball farther. So I think just the respect of them seeing where I started and just how focused I was always a good kid. I think that kind of really would help me build up the resume. And then once I started going out of town and showing that I could compete with the best guys, and then, I mean, when I got drafted, that really would turn the city up. So, yeah.
What are your expectations for this season? You got a shot to get in the starting rotation when the camp breaks here?
I really don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm just excited to have this opportunity again, and I feel good. So I'm just ready to get back out and compete at 100%. And just see where that takes me. Really just take advantage of the opportunity. I know I got a better chance to stick around. All the last couple years I was a non-roster invite, so now I know, like, I got a chance to go out and compete, and I can kind of put the nerves to the side a little bit. I know coming in I was very excited, but now it's kind of like I feel like I belong here.
Like
so
I'm
just
comfortable then.
Yep.
Right?
So just trying to keep working on the things I've been working on and just go compete. That's all it is.
Tink Hens joining us here on the program. Your first ever Major League Baseball game was in St. Louis, right?
Yep.
So you were a Cardinal fan growing up because Albert Pujols was your guy. I mean, how could he not be your guy? You're a baseball guy. You're in Arkansas, which is Cardinal country usually, right? Dallas Cowboys for football, Cardinals for baseball, right? That's kind of the deal down there, if memory serves.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I think when I went to that game, it was crazy because I was a bat boy for my brother's team, and they had a World Series there. So we just going around. We got a chance to walk around the stadium. I remember walking up the stands. I'm looking down, scared. I'm like, God, I'm scared to get. But ever since that day, that's especially when I was young, and that's when I had to talk to my dad about what you want to do, like what you want to be when you grow up. And I always said professional baseball player. So I think just me saying that and then getting that experience, it just slowly grow. And then once you get older, you look back and you feel like it's really meant to be. So I think I just keep trying to build on this journey and just really not get too ahead of myself and just let it go. Because, I mean, it took a long time to get here, and I feel like it's a whole lot of more years to come. So I'm just blessed.
Well, good luck to you. I'm sure there's a fine line between throwing too much in the offseason to wear your arm down and not throwing enough so you're strong and ready to go. You think you might have to fight the urge right when camp starts in earnest here to just show everybody what you got and empty the tank early on?
See, that's the thing. I think last year when I came in, I remember my bullpens before I got here. I'm like I'm ready. And then when I got here, I seen like I was feeling good, but it's a long season, so that's another thing I was trying to pick up and learn on, really learning my body, learning when I know that I feel good, some of them times you don't have to, try to let it all loose in the bullpen, and that just really learning how to control and feel and control my intent when I'm in bullpens. I think that's another big thing, and then catch play, because last year I kind of had something slow me down during the season, and I can't really say I didn't prep right, but I think it was just a bit of maybe me
trying to do too much too soon.
Yeah. And a lot of times, especially here, even when I'm on the mound with my mechanics, if I do something too soon, it put a lot of stress on my body. So I think just slowly building up and learning the control is going to be a big key for me staying healthy and competing the full season.
You got some young arms, man. You played in that Futures game a couple times. Quinn Matthews, you had a chance to see him. I would imagine you guys could be like this core coming up here with these young guys.
Yep, I'm really excited, especially seeing McGreevy and Gordon them get a chance.
Yeah.
Them guys I've been real close with for the couple years that they got drafted. So just seeing them go up there and compete, I mean, it just feel good. I was talking to them the other day. I said, it feel like I got called up. When I
You were living through.
I'm like, golly, but it's exciting to, just to see the way that it's going. I mean, I'm just excited for my debut and showing what I got, but I mean, just seeing them right there is just showing that it's heading the right way.
Well, you know that day is coming sometime soon, and a lot of people will be pulling for you and can't wait to see it, Tank. Thanks so much for sitting down with us today. We really appreciate it. Best of luck at camp, and best of luck this upcoming season. We appreciate it, man.
I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate it, man. That's Tank Kent sitting down with us here on TMA 101 ESPN, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it all at youtube.com/TMASTL as we are live streaming in our spring training coverage brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After live from Jupiter, Florida on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Rise and shine, Valentine, all month long. You be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential, and the rates are at an all-time low at HW Kia of West County. Get freedom from interest with 0 down, 0 interest for 72 months, plus $1,000 customer cash. Even low 1.9% for 60 months on all Sorrento and Sportage SUVs. And yes, that includes all-wheel drive gas models. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? Big D, the trade man, will get you released. So bring any trade and get up to 120% over KBB fair market value for any trade. And drive home in a brand new Kia K4 LX for just $129 per month lease with 0 security deposit and only $39.95 due. Or own it for under $20,000 with any trade. Yes, a brand new Kia with a 10-year warranty. Less than most used cars. Only at HWKia.com. Unapproved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and 587 title and registration processing fee. 21 or newer trade. Negative equity refinanced into loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer through KNF. 2083 per thousand. Offers not. Combination expires 3/4/25.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off. SwissAirSTL.com.
When you've been hurt in an accident, you need a law firm that wins. Onder wins. For over 100 years, Onder Law has been winning for St. Louis. With over $5 billion in negotiated settlements and over $300 million in verdicts, Onder wins. Voted best law firm by STL Today 2 years in a row, Onder wins. Whether it's settlements, verdicts, or awards, Onder wins. If you've been hurt in a car accident, trucking accident, or hurt on the job, Onder Law will get you the money you deserve. At Onder Law, winning is what we do. So when the stakes are high, Onder wins. Call us today for a free consultation. We don't get paid unless we win for you. Dial 314 or 6189-million. That's 314 or 6189, then all zeros. Or visit us online at onderwins.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results. Every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
In Missouri, farming isn't just a profession, it's a purpose. You can feel it in our 27 million acres of farmland. You can see it in the nearly 41,000 Missourians who work in agriculture. You can hear it at our farmers markets. You can count it in the $93.7 billion it brings our state. And you can taste it at your family's dinner table. A lot of farmers in our state rely on Bayer's tools and inventions because Bayer has a purpose too, to help farmers thrive. Learn more at go.bayer.com/purpose. Paid for by Bayer.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com. ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
James Carlton State Farm is a company that's easy for me to endorse. I've known James for years, going back to his young whippersnapper days, interning on a sports program with us. Do your family, do yourself a favor. See how much they can save you today by going online to carltoninsurance.net.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Bowen, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Sponsored by Central Bank.
At Mercedes-Benz, there's a reason they go the extra mile. From testing their vehicles in desert heat and Arctic cold to creating AI that can anticipate your needs and preferences on the road. They demand that every car is worthy of their star because it's Mercedes-Benz.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app. Brought to you by Ted Drew's, serving original frozen custard since 1929. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues may be on break, but you can get your hockey fix with the Four Nations Face-Off. Starting today with Canada and Sweden, puck dropping at 7 p.m. And tomorrow, the USA and Finland, another 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that right here on 101 ESPN. This was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, I'm going to give you a guess. I mean, you can't just pull a phone number out like you're Rain Man.
314-222-2222.
Unbelievable. Yeah, you can remember that one. 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, the presenting sponsor of this program. If you're in a spot where you're going to need Brown and Crouppen services, wouldn't you want to make sure you have somebody local? Wouldn't you want to have somebody you're familiar with? Well, if you listen to this program, you've heard Terry Crouppen, you've heard his son Andy Crouppen, you've heard Ed Herman. You get to know these guys. They're local. They've been in St. Louis since they founded the business in 1979. They're the presenting sponsor of TMA. It's brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. Presenting sponsor of TMA online at brownandcrouppen.com. And when you call 314-222-2222, make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Big day here on the Morning After, live from Jupiter, Florida. Hopefully for those of you dealing with rough weather in the St. Louis area, you're just settling in. You've got YouTube up on your television or your phone, and you're at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, I mean, the show has had so far. Let me see if I can remember, because this has been star-studded.
Oh, it sure has.
We've had the All-Star Ryan Helsley with us. He made a big endorsement for the Navy caps on the road. And if the All-Stars saying that,
adamant
carries
about
weight.
it.
Thank you. Tink Hentz was just with us in the previous segment. Michael McGreevy, future broadcaster. I think he's going to be calling the 2051 World Series.
He was outstanding.
He really is.
He was so nice and kind talking with me. I told him, you give it 5 minutes, then we come out. He goes, whatever you need, man. He was super, super kind. Really, really great.
Yeah, I think the guys are excited to talk to me. I hope that doesn't come off. I hope that doesn't come off.
Okay.
No, I try not to make it about me.
Oh, God.
And then J.J. Weatherholt, the 7th overall pick in the 2024 draft, joined us. You can go back and podcast all of this. It is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, the 101 ESPN app, and the TMA STL app. You can subscribe and download those, and then, of course, subscribe to the TMA channel. 5,560-plus people have subscribed to it. 354 are in there watching live right now at youtube.com/TMASTL. As we speak, Amir, Doug, what would you say? I would say 25 feet from us.
Okay, I'll say 26.
Okay. Yeah, he always prices right me. John Mazalek is having his spring training address. He came walking out, candidly stared us down, and I didn't know if we were gonna have to go.
Was he asking for money?
He said, "How much did you have to pay for this spot?"
Oh, okay.
I said industry standard, $500,000. Doug will be Venmoing it. And he said, that's not enough. And then he went about his business.
Okay.
So he's excited to see us, and that's always...
Yeah, I tried getting my camera in there. Too far away, the wind, and there's about upwards of 50 cameras pointed at the Pobo right now. So I think we're going to get the information.
Doug, do you like that term, Pobo?
No,
I had a feeling you were going to...
plenty of time.
I figure
Some people don't know what that means.
We're going to get the information one way or another, if it's my phone or someone else's.
Martin is going to go over there. Now, for the record, people might be going, hey, dumbasses, live stream this thing. The Cardinals have specifically said they will not allow live streaming of these sessions. Ali Marmol is going to follow John Mozeliak. Now, Martin, knowing that, I see Martin's asking a question right now of John Mozeliak, is going to be getting clips, sending them back to Chairman Kurt at the 101 ESPN studios in Creve Coeur, Missouri, and then he will come back and let us know some of the highlights of this media session.
Do you suppose there'll be any bombshell announcements? I wouldn't think so.
I bet there's going to be something
newsy that we can really
something Arenado related.
Sink our teeth in.
I would imagine Arenado related. I would agree on that. So we will have that for you coming up. So make sure, if you cannot continue to listen live, to go back and, as TMA listeners have been doing for decades, podcast like the Dickens, PLTD. Something that stands out to me so far in these interviews, and we've had a chance to talk with, about 8-9 guys on the team so far, and I'm noticing this with the audience's response. Doug, you were comparing it to the audience in Rocky IV, how initially the Soviet fans were against Sylvester Stallone. But then as they got a chance to see the way he fought against the well-hung Dolph Lundgren, they began to become fans of his, and that is a true story. That fight did actually happen in 1985.
Did it?
It did, and then the Soviets were cheering for the fighter that they went into the building being down on, being against. And so now the audience is like, man, I like these young guys.
Yeah.
I didn't know who they were really, but now I'm getting a chance to sit down with them. And I like these guys. I mean, there's some good personalities, and part of it is just the nature of it. They are new. They're getting an opportunity. But as you get a chance to hear them talk, you're like, okay, I kind of can't help but pull for these guys.
Right. I think that's going to happen as they get more exposure, more media attention, and their names get out there and their personalities get out there. I think fans will get behind them and say, hey, I do like this group. I'm going to be a little bit more patient than I thought maybe I was going to be before.
I think that's going on. I really do. I'm seeing it in the text, and I'm seeing it in some of the DMs that I got in emails last night when I got back to the hotel after winning $10 from Jackson, and honestly, it should have been 30. I left the birdie putt short on 18, and that video, unfortunately, is not available. Only the video of Jackson's bad shot is available at TMA_STL. Jackson in the YouTube chat, they say, Splashback Dew says Jackson wants to talk to Kevin Durant so bad right now.
Is he here?
He shouldn't be.
I think he's a big Nationals fan. He's from the DMV area.
So he's down about 10 miles then.
Is that where are they at?
I can't tell if you're bluffing right now.
I don't know.
The Nationals?
Yeah.
They're about 10 miles down the road.
Is that right?
Do you know? How about this?
What's the name of the city in Florida?
I believe it's Palm Beach Gardens. It might be Northwest Palm Beach.
Got it. Super cool. Oh, well, maybe
you know who they share. I feel like I'm getting a chance to teach. Okay. Do you know who they share a complex with? Yeah, it is.
AL junior circuit or senior circuit?
It doesn't matter anyway. Junior circuit, senior circuit.
Well, can I get an answer?
They have won the World Series in recent years.
Atlanta Braves.
No. So we're really guessing.
I don't really understand your question.
But they were in West Palm for years, the Braves were.
They won the World Series.
I think in Orlando.
Well, both. But when I was down here, they were in West Palm.
Is that right?
Well, it can't be a West Coast team because they play in the Cactus League, of course. But I mean,
the Cubs and Royals are out in the Cactus League, baby.
Which is odd.
Sounds like you have a problem with that.
Houston Astros.
Yes. I felt like right there you got it. That wasn't a guess. That was a confident answer.
Well, recent World Series winners, I just went back in my mind, the Rolodex in my mind, and I remembered they were. Okay, gotcha. So maybe Kevin Durant's at National spring training. Obviously, he's got duties with the Suns.
I don't think he's there at all.
So your hopes to talk to Kevin Durant are going to have to be off.
Any pro ball player, basketball player would be awesome. But I love the four players we had on today. Ricky Horton, too. That was great as well. It was a very solid day.
Yeah, it's been a great day of conversations here on our TMA spring training coverage. And I know not everybody is able to listen live, and that's why I suggest going back and podcasting. The podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, and you can participate in the program by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 10:50. So, Doug, I'd say, in about 50 minutes or so is when we'll have
I can wait.
the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Stewart's American Mortgage and Stewie, loyal sponsors of TMA. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you are looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible, and he will also have that bagel loan for you that can help you out. So you might ask, well, what is the bagel loan? Here's the deal. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone. He gives out his personal cell phone. You want to talk about access? A personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the bagel loan. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. There it is.
Okay.
Now you've been briefed properly.
Okay. Maybe I need a bagel loan. I didn't know if I needed one before now. It sounds like maybe I do.
Jackson, you'll be excited about this since you just learned that the Astros are about 10 minutes away from us. Gilbert Arenas is hanging out in the Astros locker room.
I don't think so. I think that's fake.
No chill Gil is what they call him. Agent
County,
Zero,
maybe?
Doug. No,
Agent
Oswald
Zero.
County. Yeah, I think he brought a strap to the locker room, and that didn't play well.
What sort of strap?
Gun.
Clip that off.
Oh. A gun now is called a strap?
I don't have all day here, Doug. I mean, come on now.
Clip that off also. Lisa, who you've described as a gem going back to balloon party, Jackson, she's in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and she says the following, OMG, maybe they are both quitting, LOL. So she thinks that these press conferences over here are the announcements of the resignations.
That'd be awkward, wouldn't it?
They do this every year.
You think you'd still come on?
I would think so. might feel a little more freed up. Doug, it was right over there. For those of you watching on YouTube, I'm pointing south. It was right over there that we were doing the program from the picnic table in 2011, right by those palm trees. And Adam Wainwright came out to announce he was done for the year and getting Tommy John surgery.
I remember that.
So
yeah.
we have had surprise announcements on this program before, and it was at that moment. I was getting married that year, and I texted my wife, and I said, I know you were wondering if we could get married in October, and I told you not to because we didn't want to be the people getting married when the Cardinals were in the World Series. I said, Wainwright's getting Tommy John. He'll be out for the year, so the Cardinals won't be winning the World Series. We can get married in October.
Okay.
And as you saw how that played out.
Didn't work out for you, did it?
That's correct. We wound up getting married in November.
You pushed it back.
We did push it back anyway.
Hard to do that nowadays. Wedding venues are tied up sometimes years in advance.
Yeah, but I'm so...
Yeah,
you just get whatever you want.
I didn't want to say
Okay.
it, but you said it.
I did. Yeah.
Hey, guys, I saw John Stockton at the BP at Loughborough, Hampton, buying scratchers yesterday.
You didn't.
He went to Gonzaga, Doug.
Yes, I know that.
Jackson, are you going to hit the range today and hit about 100 hybrids, exactly 186? That's from Mr. Siders. You knew he'd be active today.
Yeah, God.
I think he was actually in my call right before that hybrid went 30 yards on the ground to the left.
Maybe he's in my head. Who knows?
Siders was in your head. He got another win over you. Beat you in the Fan Page Club Championship, and then he got you yesterday in Jupiter.
Did I play him? Yeah, I did play him in the Fan Page Club Championship. Yeah, boy. Not my best round. No, there's probably no range work today. Got work to do, baby. Listen, this is...
What do you got going on?
Oh, more social media clips will be going up. Skeleton, of course.
Oh, gosh.
Some other things, just trying to do... there's a lot. We got a lot of stuff today, and I want to get it out to the people. I want to take the stuff that we have here, Doug, and I want to give it to the people.
Look at that.
We've kind of given it to them already, but you just want to give it to them again.
He wants to repurpose it.
The content, Doug, we're trying to go all day with this stuff. We're broadcasting here, from 7 to 11 St. Louis time. But I want content to be coming out to you in the afternoon while you're, maybe finishing up a workout. You could watch a little video of Ryan Helsley talking about the Navy road caps.
That was the big news of the day.
I would say that's the biggest news of the day.
That's it. The color of the hats.
Did you see how excited he got when we talked about that? Yeah. He was fired up.
He enlivened. Well, Doty is talking to us. What are you going on, Doty?
Yeah, I think that's what that press conference is about.
It's about the Navy hats.
The hats.
And they've been talking for 20 minutes about it.
I got it all wrong.
Boy, there's a lot of people.
Yeah. They're taking the vote.
Just in a small...
Wow, look at that. KG Martin texted that he has been sending you some clips of John Mozeliak. I don't know if you have those at your disposal. I'm putting you on the spot. That's not fair. I recognize that. What's the word, Chairman?
Test 1, 2. I don't know if you guys are hearing me.
Chairman!
It's playing on the YouTube, but I don't think you're hearing me, so I'm going to disappear again.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Martin sent me some clips. I'm going to be putting those out on socials this afternoon. In the break, I'm going to work on maybe getting 1 or 2 of them in the system if I can run back and forth in that time, and I'll let you know.
Well, you're a champion. Okay. This guy, this chairman, how about that, Doug? He's doing it all for us. All right.
Women wanted to be like him.
Some
guys
wanted to be with Chairman. I heard that. We were having some issues with playing audio so that we could hear it, and we want that, obviously, for the Mozeliak clips. And so hearing that was actually big news. So thank you to Frank and Kurt.
We had a good drop going there.
I rip off his Santa belt and start to flick that crusty beef rack.
I love when the media at spring training begins. They have a lot of work to do.
Who the hell's that guy?
Okay, don't get hot.
What do you mean? Of course they have a lot of work.
He's the one with the Frank Haith avatar.
He loves
the YouTube.
He loves when the media acts like they have work to do. What do you have to do?
Okay, don't get hostile.
Stay in the YouTube chat all damn day.
Cool down, buddy.
Maybe he was successful in the market and he's retired.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Boy, oh boy.
Well, yeah, I can't take it from every single angle.
No, you don't have to.
Siders, him.
They think it isn't
else.
work to sit at a computer and send back video clips and audio clips. It requires editing and it requires time.
Whatever.
I'm siding with you here.
I know. I'm with you, Doug. I'm rocking with you. Talcum powder and all.
I don't
powder.
I'm using talcum powder. People came up with that this week. that all grown men put talcum powder in their pants.
I've seen it.
The kick that he's been on. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've seen it in movies. These guys, they open up their underpants and they just start talcum it.
Who does that?
I don't know.
Doty's waving it off like he's fair catching a punt.
You don't know anything about this, Dottie?
You'd have white powder all over you all day long.
I know. But
yeah, if you want that, go down to Miami. It's only a 2-hour drive.
But that's here comes Martin Kilcoyne. You think he powders?
Yeah, Martin Kilcoyne back. You sent the audio to the chairman. He's getting it. He's getting it ready.
I'm efforting Mo to join. I was going to say you guys, but that's kind of rude. But I'm new here. New here.
Still onboarding.
He did talk about Arnaudo. He said, "Listen, we expect him to report this weekend." He said, "We're still trying to trade him. He knows that." And I said, "Is it awkward?" He goes, "Yeah, I guess." But he said, "But we're grown-ups." And then later he said, "As Martin mentioned, sure, it could be awkward." He said it was a list of 5 teams, and that's never changed that he had available to talk to, and that.
Did you say, "Can I play a guessing game and name them?"
Yeah. I mean, I think, and I did ask him, I said, Contreras and Gray sticking around, how much did that change what you thought you were going to do? And he said, not that much. He said, honestly, I'm kind of glad they did. He said, I was trying to hit some goals with payroll, et cetera. He said, so I just needed to know if they were in or out. He said, but once they stayed, he said, they want to be a part of it. He said, I think we got a fun club, and I'm glad they're on it. So whether that's 100% what they were thinking in October, because you can't really undo it now, they're here.
All right.
So I'm going to continue to stalk. I do want to tell you guys about Together Credit Union.
Oh.
They have got a new thing called Empower Checking. We've empowered the audience to have fun this week. I think we have. We want to empower you with your checking. You can do that with our friends at Together Credit Union. Earn above market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. Interest is paid to you each month. A checking account that rewards you for balances, not activity. To apply, just visit togethercu.org. Stop by any of the 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. Together Credit Union started in the shadows of Anheuser-Busch, the brewery. It was the Eagle Credit Union. With all the employees at AB, now it's grown. And if you're a member of a credit union, you're an owner of the operation. Get paid to save with Empowered Checking. Visit togethercu.org. Empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA. Mo also said, I asked if he'd been in touch with Arnaudo or mostly the agent, and he said, I have not talked to that camp in a couple of weeks. So I think Ollie is kind of the middle person, is my guess on this, and he'll be coming out next to talk about it. it is awkward. He was asked by Derek Gould, is there any comparison to this? Where, like, Albert said, hey, I want an extension if it's not done, like that there was a deadline of camp.
Yeah.
And he said, not really, that it didn't compare in that way. I think it's that unique that you have this situation where he said, I told you guys we were going to try and get it done. We tried. We still haven't. And it was mentioned, what if he's here playing? How does he said, well, if he's here, he's playing, and he's a Cardinal. It's that simple. Maybe we're overthinking it.
Yeah, I got to find out. I might owe some audience members a couple $100. This is a problem. What's the problem?
Well, let's tell Mo about the money involved, and then maybe he could speed up the process.
Incentivize it. I will
get the deal done, Mo. We've got money on the line.
What percentage would you put it on him joining us in this 10 o'clock hour?
20%?
20%.
Not bad. That's not bad. It's better than blind hope.
Jackson and I have been working the art of stalking.
Yeah.
In a very...
well, it's been a big day. I mean, we've had some great guests here.
And I told you, these guys are great. These young guys.
They really are.
Fun to talk to.
Yeah.
I mean, in McGreevy, I talked to him on TV, and I said, it's got to be frustrating. You pitch great, and then you're sent down. He said, no, I knew. One and done. He goes, they told me. And he goes, actually, I think I was pretty relaxed because I knew if I got bombed or if I did great, either way, I was done.
He was at peace.
And he said it kind of put me at ease. I mean, you think about it. Every time he was great, back down.
Yeah.
And I'd go on Twitter and say, what are these idiots thinking? Let him pitch again. Too good. Can't use him.
Yeah, he is a great guest.
Let me go do some stalking for you guys.
Martin is going to do some stalking. We are going to continue here right on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And I guess he might go try to get John Mozeliak over here. I'm going to give it a higher than 20%.
I'll say 21%.
God, I just can't win at this game. I think that's what he's going to try to do. John Denton's asking him. He's kind of doing the Joe Strauss thing when he's done, but then he tries to get the one-on-one. Martin is now asking him to come over here. I think he's coming. He's coming over. He's coming over. John Mozeliak's coming over. Oh, the YouTube chat is going to get going. Look, I always felt like the 20% was higher.
Jackson Burkett, John Mozeliak.
Yeah.
He's the producer of this fine show.
Yeah.
Have you ever met Tim McKernan, John?
Here we go.
Doug Vaughn?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Shots fired already?
We go back.
Is that right?
Well, welcome to the program.
Here, put it here.
You want some like Lysol spray before you put on the...
Are you that OCD?
headphones? Jackson did bring a nice towel that's clearly fresh.
Yeah, that towel is suspect. We're on the air, buddy. We are live on the air.
Yes, oh my word.
This is a buttoned-up operation. You know that.
I thought you guys were in some boring conversation.
We were.
Commercial break.
You get to add to it.
John Mozeliak, kind enough to sit down with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan.
Oh, now he's calling out Bartow for this happening.
And Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. What are you? You're waving down Martin. What's going on?
Cut him off. Cut his mic.
Well, I don't care. Mo's out of here. I got to suck up to Heim Bloom. I got to start over.
Gosh. Could be the end of this interview.
Yeah,
oh, boy.
Started off well.
It started off well. All right, you just had a session with the media for the first time here in the 2025 spring training.
Yep, I'm blessed.
Yeah, you could say that. And that was the inauguration address. Certainly the Nolan Arenado conversation is the focal point. You made it clear, 5 teams. That has been the list from the get-go. Where do things stand here as we talk this morning?
Yeah, it's a very fluid situation, and I wish I had a more exciting update. It's just really about patience at this point, and obviously the clock's ticking. Position players are supposed to report on Sunday. First workout on Monday, so we understand that if we're trying to get something done, that would be a great window to accomplish it. If not, then we have to go into camp and see what we can do.
Alex Bregman's situation has to be a big factor in this, doesn't it?
I would imagine.
There's the Mo I love.
That was a nice
thought about that.
This is a guy who can't wait to be done, and he's like, I'm coming in here and I'm going to dunk on this guy about 10 coming.
I don't even need a step stool for that.
Oh, God,
it's like a Kevin Hart, Tom Brady thing going on.
That's a height
over
joke,
here.
I'm pretty sure.
Goodness.
Has it been frustrating, though, to... Now Mo wants Doug to talk. I'm sorry. It's frustrating.
It's snowing in St. Louis, I was told.
Yeah.
Right, Doug?
Yeah, very cool. I didn't do the weather there. Yes.
I thought you had some job like that.
Yeah, I still had people say, saw you on the sports last night. No, you didn't. I haven't been there for 3.5 years.
Doug's yelling
now
at
you
you.
think I'm a weather guy.
Is that all?
That's it.
Oh.
Has it been frustrating, this process?
Yes, it has been.
No, not
I
you.
quit. Oh,
not you.
So speaking for both Doug and I, yes.
Yes. Okay.
No, it's obviously been different, right? Like I began that press session, it usually is when you're standing up here on this day, it's about, hey, here's what we've done. We feel good about those moves, and now we're looking forward to getting it going in camp. But, you know, when you look at what we've done this offseason, it has not been a lot to add to this roster. Now, part of that was strategic in the sense that we really do want to give some guys some runway and see what they're capable of doing. But, you know, we also have this over our heads, and will we be able to make it happen or not? Time will tell.
My theory going into the offseason was you thought that perhaps Michaelis, Gray, Contreras would also want to join, and then there would be more opportunities for some of the younger players. When they decided to stick around, did that alter your strategy for the offseason?
Well, you know, I didn't go into the offseason thinking that they would want out. I didn't know what they'd want, you know, but I presented them what our strategy was, and if they didn't like it, then the alternative would be, okay, do you want me to try something for you?
Yeah.
And, you know, interesting enough, two of the three were like, no, I want to be a part of this. I didn't really go to Michaelis. He's in his final year. He lives here in Jupiter.
Yeah.
I mean, I think part of why he signed with the Cardinals was because of Jupiter. So I didn't feel like that was something that I had to go down that path. Now, you know, if things don't work out for the Cardinals as we get into the season, then, you know, we may ask people how do they want to think about it at the trading deadline. But between now and then, we hope we can go win some baseball games.
What's the offseason like for you? Because normally you are adding on, and you kind of knew going into this was different. Are you bored at times, or what? I mean, because it's so different, where you're a little handcuffed because the Arenado deal is not done. So what was it like? Because typically you're looking to add this piece, that piece.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, historically, my off seasons have been knee-deep in free agency, knee-deep in potential trades. But as I stated earlier, this is a transition year. And as you pointed out, you're worried about my successor and don't care about me anymore, so we're good.
Oh, no.
There's the second dunk.
I get it. You know, I guess, you know, take 25 years of friendship and throw it out the window. But I understand that. I understand that.
The fact that I'm wearing a Yale sweatshirt has nothing to do with me trying to suck up to the new administration.
You mean you got Y tattooed on your ankle? You know, so I understand all that, and I accept that, and I know this will be a very short interview moving forward. But as for me, you know, like I think everybody thinks of my job as simply like, okay, you know, what do the 26 men on the field look like? You know, that's it. But my job, you know, is much broader than that. And so when you ask, was I bored this offseason? The answer is no, because we were spending a lot of time, like, really taking a look at our infrastructure, what that's going to look like moving forward. And I think the most important thing I can do for this next group of leaders and leadership is not to put a lot of speed bumps in their way or roadblocks. And so, you know, that was the focus. I think from a business standpoint, it was kind of an exciting thing to be a part of. And you know, I certainly learned a lot. And so from that standpoint, it was different. But I understood that. I knew what I signed up for, and, you know, I'm looking forward to this final year. You know, I've loved every moment I've had in St. Louis. I've been so fortunate to be a part of a lot of successes. I certainly feel like when you look back at my career, I hope you would say, like, more winning than losing. And at some point, I hope I brought a little smile to your face along the way. But, like, it's tough because, you know, I think if you read social media, I'm, you know, probably not winning a lot of popularity votes right now, and I get it. But that's not why I do it.
I have said this, and I wonder, I feel like part of the reason for, let's say, we don't want to talk about social media, but very few people are popular on social media, but in general, you have protected the room, for lack of a better term, kept things in the room that I think if you were to expound on, or for lack of a better term, leak, that it would help your approval rating. And you have been, and that's something that has been, since you've been in charge, very important to you, to keep things in the room. Has that been difficult to see yourself get lambasted when you know that, you said before, you guys have no idea how much you don't know?
So, to answer your question, it's not hard for me because I know what I'm supposed to do. But when there'll be a time when you reflect on that and you might say, gosh, I wish someone had just said something. But I've always kept a pretty tight ship, as you know, on how we run things here, and I think I'm going to see that to the finish line. And then when I cross that finish line, who knows what will happen.
It's an unauthorized autobiography, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe
Martin will write it. There'll be a coloring book.
Oh, no.
Or dunk.
Mo said to me once, do you read books? He said, I'm guessing no. I have a book on this trip. I'm using it to hold all my receipts.
The criticism you get, it has to hurt. I mean, you're only human, and you have put together so many quality seasons. It's got to sting a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, not really, because I don't listen to it. I think that people it affects most are almost like your family.
That's what I wonder. Yeah. That's actually what I wonder about.
You know, like I have a 19-year-old son who definitely is much more active on the social world than I am, and he's always like, "You're getting killed." I might be verbally, but not physically.
Physically. So what is the plan once you are no longer present?
I don't know.
In operations?
I definitely want to take a break. That's all I know. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and I want to catch my breath and then decide what's next.
Will you still be with the organization, but in a different role?
I haven't decided that, or I shouldn't say you know, Bill and I have not discussed that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. John Mozeliak with us. One thing that I've noticed, by the way, in the conversations we've had, a lot of the young guys on with us, I feel like the audience has seen this too. There are some really young, quality guys. Now, people might not have seen them play at the major league level yet, but the foundation for the new generation might be taking place as we speak in there. You know these guys. We're getting to know them, and certainly the audience is in the same class. But there's some charisma there, there's some excitement there, and there's some enthusiasm for the opportunity that they have. How do you see that? What would you say to fans who are sitting there going, oh, I don't know?
Well, first off, I think that's a compliment to Randy Flores and his group that they are signing quality people. And I'm glad you guys get the opportunity to actually meet them, talk to them, and share them with the city of St. Louis. You do have over like 12 listeners.
No, we're up to 14.
Okay,
we're up to 14.
So excellent.
They just got it. They just got the new numbers.
Maybe I'll just email the group later.
Every time we think we're in the clear, we take more shrapnel.
Yeah, but when you guys think about like the last 30 years, 96 we drafted 3rd overall. 97 or 98 we drafted 5th overall. Really, since then we've been like high teens into the 20s and 30s. So like we've had a hard time really arbitraging the draft to the sense of like getting that elite talent up front. And when you think about those draft picks, 3rd overall was Braden Looper, 5th was J.D. Drew. You know, fast forward to last year, we finally were picking the top 10. This year we get 5th overall. And so you do have to take advantage of that. You really do. And I think Flo and his group do an amazing job. And I think as you look at like 27, 28, 29, there will be some talent flowing here. And then I hope at that point the Cardinals are in a position to start to augment in the free agent world with that group.
What do you think is a fair critique?
Oh, I thought we were jumping to commercial. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait.
He heard we got to go to the
How are we paying the bills, boys?
Is there any critique that you think is fair, like in terms of what you've accomplished or what the team hasn't accomplished just in the whole run that you've had? Do you think? I mean, some of it's unfair, right? They don't like you. They don't like the way you talk. They don't like the way you dress. I mean, seriously, some of it. I'm saying.
Are we on TV too now?
No, I'm saying on the YouTube. But no, I'm saying. I'm saying that
415 friends are gathered.
No, I mean, on a much smaller scale. I get it on TV too. If somebody just, I don't like you. I didn't like what you said. Okay, fine. There's some people you can't win, but people that are reasonable, that are like critiquing you, what do you think is fair?
Well, I certainly understand there's like a fan view versus a business view, and I do think that's hard to separate, right? But when you look at what's happening in our industry, there are teams that are much more aggressive on multiple fronts, and ultimately I think what the Cardinals are going to have to figure out is really what their identity is going to be. So if you really look at like the past 20 years under my run, if you will, it was about really trying to maximize what we could get out of our roster. So we would push payroll as much as we could, and we let other things, I won't say slide, but we weren't investing as heavily in like player development that maybe other organizations are. You're seeing that flip now. And ultimately, I think what's going to happen is the Cardinals just have to decide, like, what do they want to be like? And when people get mad at like what I do, I hope people just understand really, like, I understand how to manage a budget, and that's what I try to do. I don't try to lose money, and I certainly want to go into every season trying to win as many games as possible.
Do you think the industry is going to change at all with the way it's gone? Now, basically, there's 3 or 4 teams that sign everybody or spend all the money. Do you think there is some sort of shift coming?
I do think there could be a shift. I think, at times it can be frustrating if you're one of those smaller markets, and obviously you're seeing how large markets act. Now, we all would agree that that's been going on through time, but it does seem to be like it's growing at a quicker rate where the smaller markets just cannot keep up.
Do you think that we will see a work stoppage coming up at the end of this CBA after 26?
I mean, everything you hear and read, it sounds like that could be on the horizon, but that's simply a guess, and I don't know. But, the economics of this game are challenging for teams.
Would you have liked to have had this be a cap sport while you were president of baseball operations?
Yes.
I imagine so. I just wanted a confirmation.
Yeah, no matter how well you draft or develop players, if the Dodgers can simply go out and buy everybody is in their prime, it's pretty hard to keep up with that, if not impossible.
Well, normally I would say, like, trying to buy a World Series is impossible, but they did, and they did it well. But it's Yankees were very aggressive for many years during that period of time. There was a time the Cubs were very aggressive. I mean, like, there's always this sort of ebb and flow in baseball, like who's doing what, and are people able to keep up with it. But I think overall, ultimately I have to worry about one team, and that's the St. Louis Cardinals. Do I pay attention to what the 29 others are doing? Absolutely. But that's been my focus.
John Mozeliak, kind enough to sit down with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Mo, thank you for your time. I know you would have liked to have stuck around for another half hour, 45 minutes, but...
Well, when I saw the check, I knew I wasn't going to be here long.
He doesn't want to read the email.
F-R-E-E. All right, to your 14 fans, God bless.
Thank you.
All fans are taking...
all 14 of them got a shout out. There he is, John Mozeliak, with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Cardinal coverage on TMA this week, brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. John Mozeliak with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The NBA All-Star Game is on ESPN Sunday night. Coverage starts at 6. Your destination for the NBA in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Hey, hockey fans, it's game night. So what's the play? Watching at home? Nah, it's time to face off at Buffalo Wild Wings. Mondays and Wednesdays, it's a hat trick of flavor. Buy one, get one free burgers. That's double the beef, zero the effort. Tuesdays, we're dishing out buy one, get one 50% off traditional wings. Overtime never tasted this good. And Thursdays, boom, it's buy one, get one free boneless wings. Call it a power play for your taste buds. Don't sit on the bench. Great food, epic deals, and all the action you crave only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Let's go Sports Bar.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that?
I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29, and it can happen very quickly. At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19,329 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Don't miss Banner Construction's winter home event. Book now for spring and beat the price increases on James Hardy siding. Plus savings on beautiful Pella windows. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day.
Whether you want Cardinals tickets or tickets for your dream vacation, Central Bank is here with money management tools, credit card rewards, and other financial solutions. CentralBank.net. Member FDIC.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival featuring Willie Nelson and family.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We're back. Welcome back. It is TMA here on 101 ESPN. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Fresh off of a live conversation with Cardinal President of Baseball Operations, John Mozeliak. And the overall reviews, people were on board with him. How about that?
I'm telling you, man. You come on, he's got that sense of humor, man. Show more of that. That's the key.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's an easy guy to like. He's got a great personality. It's just that he's got a very tough job, probably the most visible job in all of St. Louis. And everybody thinks they know more than he does about baseball. And they've had a couple down years, so he takes some shots.
Yeah, I think it was a humanizing conversation. I don't think it was necessarily focused on, okay, tell us about this guy and how he's leading the roster. It was more about introspection as he looks back on his tenure. I think self-awareness always resonates with people, even if we didn't say, hey, John Mozeliak's going to join us and we're going to make him self-aware. That isn't the way it works. He realizes he's not popular. And when we asked him, some of the things that he looks back on, that whether it be a regret or some of the things that he wishes he would have done differently, he's talking about what they are doing now, which is the player development and being late to that party for the Cardinals. So a good conversation with John Mozeliak. If you missed it, go back and podcast on the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app, or go to 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com, and then you can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL and subscribe to that along with 5,560 others and rewatch the interview also on the program today. I mean, major credit, Jackson. Major credit. Martin Kilcoyne certainly doing his television responsibilities to help make it possible as well. But we had Tank Hentz, Ryan Helsley, J.J. Weatherholt, Michael McGreevy, Ricky Horton, and John Mozeliak all on the program today here as TMA broadcasts live from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN. And the spring training coverage brought to you by Sumner One and also by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. What a day it has been here on TMA. Miss it, go back and podcast. And Jackson's been posting social media clips of some of the highlights of the interviews throughout at TMA_STL on Instagram. And I gather on the Twitter tweets as well.
Oh yeah,
Right.
and a lot more to come all day. The plan is to fire clips to the people all day. So
all right, it's an all-day experience with the TMA social media. Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined with targeting fat while maintaining muscle. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. So if you're feeling tired, sluggish, low motivation, low energy, maybe that's a symptom of low testosterone. Get tested with Mentality. Go to mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It's Mentality, online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Martin, you were over there with Ali Marmol addressing the media as we speak.
And I believe I missed the first part where they asked about Arenado, and I think it was somewhat brief. Just said, hey, if he's here, he's playing baseball, he's a Cardinal. That's how we'll look at it when he shows up this weekend. I think he's leaving most of the Arenado talk to Mozeliak, who obviously is in the middle of the trade talk. So it seemed like that topic was kind of cut short. But just overall, I think he's talking about the youth, which everyone has sort of, I wouldn't say bought into, but I think for him, I'm sure he'd love to have, all the big-name players side, but then you get handed a team, and you go out and do the best you can. He probably loves the fact Contreras stayed and Sonny Gray stayed to give him a few more weapons to go into battle.
Normal, absolutely.
And I asked him about Halsey. I said, there was a lot of trade talk. I said, for you? He said, well, I'm glad he's here. I mean, makes his life a lot easier for sure.
Even if you're in a rebuilding mode or a reset, whatever they want to call it, you still don't want to be the manager that loses 95 games or whatever it is.
Correct. I think my biggest takeaway from Mozeliak was that he thought Doug was the weather guy. Is that
apparently?
Did he think Doug was the weather guy? Mm-hmm. I would liken, and I'm sure plenty of the texts were, don't play grab ass, still don't like him, whatever. I think it's a little bit like Roger Goodell works for the owners. And Dan Dierdorf said to me one time, you guys all hate Goodell. He said he works for the owners. When Mo was talking about the budget, it basically, I have a job to make out a team based on the budget. He works for the DeWitt. I mean, largely, I think his job is to do what the DeWitts want. I'm sure he has some flexibility because he's been around a long time. But some of it is like taking, as you were saying, just kind of taking the bullets. That's part of his job. So he's used to it. You get paid to kind of take the bullets.
No, he got over the overwhelming response, and obviously it usually starts out, I don't like him, but I loved that interview. That was the lion's share. Joe Buck was listening to the program. He said that was really good. He was texting my phone. It was a good conversation. But I think, Martin, the reason I was saying this while you were over there with Ali Marmol, I think there was self-awareness. He acknowledged the mistakes with the player development. And of course, he's ripping our asses, and you can never go wrong there.
That's always a win for the audience. And what I was saying, people don't like the way you talk, the way you dress. I wasn't trying to hurt his feelings. He dresses
I think
great.
he may have.
No, but I was saying there's people who won't like you, period, no matter what you do. Like, I don't like the way he looks. I don't like that guy talks. And I think some people have never liked him, whether they were winning or losing. Certainly the product, I mean, his overall resume is great, but it's dropped off significantly. We've talked about it for the last 7-8 years. They're not the same in terms of contending as they used to be. I think that's an accurate portrayal of what's going on. But I think some people just hate him. I mean, just you say his name, oh, God. And there's plenty of people in the building there who really like and respect him, who enjoy working with him. So it's not 100% like, oh, he's the worst. No, I'm sure he's got some enemies even inside the building.
Well, anybody who runs a large corporation will. There's going to be people that don't like that you got the job and they didn't, or you made a personnel decision that they disagree with. You can't avoid that when you're running a large business like this.
It's all part of the deal. But I regret saying 25%. I kind of whiffed on that. I didn't think he'd be sliding. I said 25%. Then, within 2 minutes, he's sitting down.
I felt really good about it. So when I was getting 5-1 on 4-1 on my money, I felt good about it. And my reason was, I don't think you were here when he walked by. He was already giving us crap when he walked by to go to address, and I'm like, okay, he's aware and he's ready to go, and he's going to come over here and throw his series of shots at us as a tradition. But we haven't been here since 2020 doing the program, and that was the first time he has sat down with us at spring training since we did it, I guess, 5 years ago.
Well, and I would say the argument about having like thick skin, which is what I was trying to make the point. He knows we criticize him. He knows we criticize the Cardinals. He knows that we're wondering what direction are they going in. But he also he had to approve us being here. I mean, for this to happen, to have access to the team, he actually is the one who signed off on it. So if you think he's really insecure, he'd say, I don't want those clowns down there.
But does that give him a right to make fun of Tim's height?
Absolutely. It's
Whoa,
part of the deal.
Second. That wasn't supposed to be the
I thought that was part of the deal.
That was absolutely not part
Wrong cue card.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. 387 friends of the Feather gathered in the YouTube chat. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on the program. Looking forward to reading the emails from various friends of the Feather for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way in about 15 minutes. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal spring training coverage here on 101 ESPN. This is TMA.
Text us anytime at 314-399-9646 on the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line on 101 ESPN.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements.
Not sure how to get a lawyer after an accident? Call Brown & Crouppen. We'll walk you through it. Worried it'll cost too much? Here's a fact. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and we never get paid unless you do. When you're our client, you'll have all your questions answered, all for free. Hurt? Get the facts and help you need. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
Race the savings on everything to upgrade your home at Menards. Easily create your dream kitchen with Clearview Cabinetry. With so many styles to choose from, you'll be sure to find plenty of options that you will love. Start your project today and save big on Clearview Cabinetry. Visit Menards.com to view our entire selection of Clearview cabinets today. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com and race the savings on great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
In business since the 50s, Collier & Thompson are known for kitchen and bathroom remodels. But they do so much more. If it's an interior remodeling job, Collier & Thompson can probably help. Basements, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, office, you name it. No need to visit 5 to 10 showrooms when Collier & Thompson provides all your needs in their showroom on Manchester Road in Baldwin. Come home to quality with Collier & Thompson. Let them bring your dream remodel to reality. CollierandThompson.com.
Planning to propose this Valentine's Day? Shane Company has your back. Our easy process to create your dream engagement ring is rock solid. 1, pick your ring setting. 2, choose your center stone. 3, personalize it. With our wide selection of beautiful settings and hand-picked diamonds and gemstones, all at competitive prices, your ring will be as unique as your love story. We'll hand-set your ring in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store and protect it with our free lifetime warranty. Walk in with a dream, walk out with the ring that will take their breath away. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions, and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow. At AMCO. That's AMCO, AA-MCO.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29, and it can happen very quickly. At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack. Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax, tag title to qualified buyers.
Football season is over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Illinois. From college basketball, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Illinois isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line split, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Illinois app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues forward Jake Neighbors. Get entered to win that Jake Neighbors signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Live from Roger Dean Stadium at Cardinal Spring Training. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ali Mull just dropped by right behind the shrubs here if you're watching on YouTube. And he said, I'll come and sit down with you guys tomorrow. And he said, bring the hard questions.
Oh, boy, I don't have any hard ones. Who's big for you?
Yeah, that's kind of your signature. Yeah, that's what people tune in.
That's been my go-to for many years.
I think we'll have to start with that, and then we'll build from there. How's your slide
these
piece?
questions are tough.
Who do you
That could
like?
be one.
Who do you like on the club?
The cat was over here during the commercial break. Number one, making the observation that this is a little bit better setup than we were used to.
Seems like it. Yeah.
When he was part of the presentation, tip of the cap to Doty. I don't know if you've put up on the social media what the setup is behind the scenes to see all of the gadgets here for this broadcast to not only be on 101 ESPN Live, but all of the cameras as well. And then Doug, you may recall when we had been begging Adam Wainwright to come on the show. I guess this was about a decade ago. And then he brought over some local toughs with him by the name of Matt Holliday and
broad-shouldered bullies.
And said, well, you guys got me, so what's your question? And then we just froze up like Jackson over that 186-yard shot yesterday.
I didn't freeze up. I went in there, and Cardinals Media Relations were telling me, if someone took my hybrid, I would have smashed it over their head. And I said, God bless you.
I didn't take it. You put it in my bag.
Yeah, right.
I've got 2 hybrids of me own.
Yeah, well, you had 3 yesterday.
I didn't need a third.
It's a penalty. It's a 2.
Why would I want that hybrid when I see what kind of shots are coming off of it?
Good one, Doug.
When those local toughs showed up, we had who's big for you, and that's it. And they go, that's it? You've been chasing us around for that? And you come up with who's big for you? Let's get out of here. And then the Plowboy was with us, and Iggy had asked him to get an autograph ball, I guess, probably for the Megan Meyer Foundation. Yeah. And Matt Holliday slapped it out of his hands. He walked. And this is a program that just doesn't really carry a lot of respect with you and the audience, with the organization, and that's something that you can bond over. Ladies and gentlemen, hot takes when Doug wears his mittens. Did you bring the mittens down to South Florida?
I didn't think the takes would be that hot, but some have been for sure.
Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments. If you missed any of the program today, major recommendation to go back and podcast. The Hawk is kicking up here in the Jupiter, Florida area. Fortunately, it was not with us until right about now. So
good timing.
When you do go back and podcast like the Dickens or watch on YouTube, the audio is good because the wind was not blowing like it is now. But we had Ryan Helsley with us. We had Tank Henson with us. We had J.J. Wetherell with us, the 7th overall pick in the 2024 draft. We had Mike McGreevy with us and John Mazalek with us here in this 10 o'clock hour. So go back and enjoy that. Ricky Horton with us in the 7 o'clock hour. It's all there for you. TMA live from Cardinal Spring Training at Jupiter, Florida. And the coverage brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and Sumner One, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Coming up next, then BK and Ferrario. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. 16 years parts and labor warranty. SwissAirSTL.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office, 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
President's Day deals now at Dobbs. Click on GoToDobbs.com and save on Sumitomo, Goodyear, BF Goodrich, and Cooper tires, oil changes, alignments, brakes, and more. Dobbs, the real deal for real deals since 1976.
Sponsored by JimButlerChevrolet.com.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
This Friday morning, 101 ESPN invites you to participate in the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine fundraiser. Stop by any participating Hardee's in the bi-state area this Friday morning and grab a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit for the special price of just $1. 100% of the proceeds of all funds collected will help heat up St. Louis, supporting people in need in both Missouri and Illinois. Help heat up the St. Louis region this Friday morning at any participating Hardee's. Find more info at 101ESPN.com.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Big day for TMA down at Cardinal Spring Training, talking with Ricky Horton, JJ Weatherholt, Ryan Helsley, Matthew McGreevy, Tink Hintz, and John Mazalak. If you missed any of that, you can check out the podcast at 101ESPN.com. This was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is TMA 101 ESPN live from Cardinal Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on a glorious day for the program in which John Mazalak, Tink Hintz, Ryan Helsley, Michael McGreevy, JJ Weatherholt, and Ricky Horton all on the guest list. Miss anything, go back and podcast it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor the podcast here on TMA. Thank you to CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and Sumner One for sponsoring the week at spring training here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of the program, going back now a couple of years. Aesthetic design and builds high quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces. They've been doing it in the St. Louis area for over 30 years. I've gotten to know Dan and his team. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work that they're capable of doing. You're sitting there going, man, it's snowing right now. The last thing I'm thinking is custom work outdoors. But this is the time to get the plans in place so when the weather does warm up, they have built it out for you. They have that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, or you can go online at Aesthetic Design and Build. The best thing about them is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and to do your research. They are confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see they are the better choice. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
Guys, Plops here. Tuning in this morning from my car, hearing you guys on the actual radio live from Jupiter, Florida, spending way too much time discussing a private round of golf really takes me back to the glory days of this presentation. Back when you could win a prize on this show, and the pickup instructions would be, quote, you'll come down Hampton, park on the Taco Bell lot, walk around to the back of the Taco Bell building, Kynes slip under a fence, and then ring the buzzer on the brick of the other building.
That's right.
Nobody will be there to answer the door or give you the prize. But you'll probably find a door propped open, and you can just come in and figure something out. End quote. Regularly featured guests in that golden era of broadcasting were Matt Holliday, Gary Pinkel, and a screaming Native American man in his 50s who asked to simply be called the Apache. And now look at you, a ranked Barrett Sports Media mid-market morning show. I'm proud of you guys. Disappointed, but proud.
Oh.
Thanks. That's from Misty Plops. Doug, that was kind of a nice little...
It was.
Perspective.
Yeah. Misty Plops.
Hey, guys. It's been 3 days. Has anyone pointed out the satellite delay you guys are on anytime a drop is played or a caller calls in? KG will play a drop, the listener hears it live, and then we hear it again playing from some external speaker around you guys, like bad feedback. And then you guys react to it after getting locked up mid-sentence because KG hit the hole, but the audio doesn't reach you in Florida for about 2 to 3 seconds. I assume it is why that caller just hung up after he told the listeners about the rash. That definitely was not an STD he picked up in Rome at the Ryder Cup. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And that's how we like it. Doug, that's from Dogtown Tie, the two-time fan page club champion.
Dogtown Tie.
Good morning and happy hump day. Still buzzing from getting a vote from Martin yesterday. What a Wednesday to break down and recap. Local sports broadcast hero fights through throat pain for his disciples. Jackson thinks Martin might be the Unabomber. Jackson and the quote-unquote shot. Jackson wants humanity to follow blind hope. Jackson's dad called in to break down the quote-unquote shot. Martin thinks Thursday's show might be good. Schnucks lowered the price of 2,100 products. Martin likes to show off and also jinxed Robbie's big game, waiting to hear back from him. Rick Horton wasn't camera ready. Rick Ankiel is ripped. Martin wants a wall to keep out the Vietnamese. Doug is a sexy repairman.
I missed that.
The chairman and his nerps put on a show for the weirds. JJ is excited to be a part of the org. Martin compares coming back from a break to Helsley running into Hell's Bells. The Navy cap earns a standing O. Big Mike McGreevy is a gem. Tink is a stinker with a whip kink. It was just wonderful to see all those seeds Farmer Jack sowed growing solid and strong. And as far as the shot goes, I wouldn't worry about it. I heard Jeff Jones report it was one of the best golf shots he's seen in years. Doug, that comes from the YouTube chat.
The YouTube chat.
Under the shade of Doty's sexy little canopy, you guys legitimately look like you're in the witness protection program. There's 4 shy guys in hats and sunglasses sitting at a dimly lit kiddie table talking about their golf game while Martin inexplicably wandered in and out of the tent like a homeless drifter. At least the delectable Ricky Horton was wearing his hat backwards so he could see his handsome face. I let out an audible moan when I saw that cute little tuft of blonde hair peeking out of his backwards cap, looking like a mischievous teenager at St. Clair Square in 1994. To make things even steamier, sometimes the wind blew the ESPN banner just enough so I could see Tim's calves. Daddy likey.
Oh.
My favorite part of today's show is the 15-minute stretch when the YouTube stream simply showed KG silently working back in the studio while you guys hosted a show in Florida completely unaware. I felt like a naughty voyeur watching the chairman's biceps bulge in his tight quarter zip while he fiddled with his laptop. Forward, please, the JV golf coach now driving.
The JV golf coach now driving.
And finally, what a wonderful treat for the listeners, many of whom got a 5 a.m. wake-up call notifying them that their kids will be sitting this one out. And now we will get to hear 4 guys who were flown down to Florida by their employer to cover spring training, but who instead are reliving a terrible golf shot that most of the audience cannot see. Speaking of what the audience cannot see, for a good portion of the Ricky Horton interview, we could hear you talking, but all we saw on the YouTube feed was, "We'll be right back." Doty's waving to the audience right now. Eventually, the video returned, and for a few minutes, we got to see the 65-year-old broadcaster in the black camo T-shirt and backwards hat before the entire feed dropped completely, leaving us with dead air and the lovely... Do you pronounce it Logitech? Is that how you pronounce it?
Logitech,
I believe so, yeah.
Logo. Soon the audio returned with the "we'll be right back" message until eventually we were treated to a video feed of Chairman Kurt by himself in studio, just listening and learning as Libby Jack explained that he sucks at packing clothes even worse than he sucks at golf. Okay, let's take some callers. Fastest call in. Oh, it's the drunken barge worker who we initially thought was purporting to be Libby Jack's father, and he wants to roast Libby Jack over his terrible golf shot. But fortunately or unfortunately, his timing is off, mainly because there's a 15-second delay before you can hear his singers. I'll admit the second half of the show is better. By the way, you can tell Mo that I spied Nolan Arenado at the Billiken game last night sporting an H. Waldman throwback jersey and a navy blue Cardinal cap. I overheard something about an after party at Fuddruckers, but I have the nerve to go. Ladies and gentlemen, that's from Buck Swope.
Long email, lengthy. Buck Swope.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today as my voice is cracking. I'm telling you, growth spurts
Game ball to Doty and Tim, I got to be honest.
Doug, I get the game ball.
Doty gets it too, but I get crushed, and he's just did 4 hours of wonderful broadcasting.
Okay. Can we vote now, or are you done your eliminating? I'm going to vote for JV golf coach now driving.
I like Misty Plops. I like old school pickup.
I'm going to go Misty Plops as well. Misty Plops has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Anytime you can tell somebody to park at the back of a Taco Bell building and hope for the best.
And it's true. That's what hurts.
Yeah, that's the thing. It resonates. Ladies and gentlemen, Ali Marmol has told us he will be with us tomorrow, and he wants us to bring the hard questions. Jackson, you told us to parlay Jordan Walker and Eric Fetty, but I think what the result might have wound up being even better.
Yeah, outstanding. And the best thing about it is those two still to come, I would say.
Is that right?
Well, hopefully.
Doug, did you pick up a read there?
Yeah, it didn't sound like a guarantee.
Jordan Walker, I'm feeling pretty confident. I've yet to see Eric Fetty in the clubhouse, so...
So you haven't had a chance to bond with him?
No, but Jordan Walker, I've got knowing glances. What's up, Jordan?
Knowing glances. Don't you have knowing glances?
No.
I'm just planting seeds.
Does he say what's up when you say what's up?
He's
Jay?
very kind.
Yeah, he's a kind guy.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would recommend going back and podcasting this one if you haven't had a chance to listen live today. And you can always go back and watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Thank you to CarStar, your auto body repair experts, in Sumner One for their sponsorship of our spring training broadcast. And thank you to Brown & Crouppen for being the presenting sponsors of TMA. Thank you to Doty for getting us on and off the air remotely, both on the YouTube broadcast and on 101 ESPN. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Chairman Curt back there in Creve Coeur, Missouri. For Doty down here. For Martin Kilcoyne. For Jackson Burkett. For Douglas Elvin Vaughn. For my brother Kevin, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube chat.
NBA Rising Stars game is on ESPN. Friday night. Coverage starts at 8. Your destination for the NBA in St. Louis.